Where am I? Huh? Oh! Oh! I was worried for a second I might have, vanished out of existence. Oh, experience must have been so traumatizing for me I can't even speak properly. Hello Enoch, Rexus, and Dusty. How are you guys? I just posted the links so we don't have to worry about that. Oh, motherfucker, it's... Why is it always so hot in here every time I start streaming? Hold on. As always. Let me take off my sweater. And I can give you guys some updates. Because I wasn't streaming all week. So let's see. Important news. So, what's Fed posting? Anything that would get the federal agents at your door. You can't be posting illegal things, basically. In my chat, or, well, in anyone's chat. But anyways. So first bit of news, I got another video done. Where's my mouse cursor there? That's cringing gay. But yeah, first things first, I got another video done, and so far, it is my longest yet. I'm not gonna upload it until after I finish uploading the last video that I made during Lent. And then I got started researching on another video. I'll probably tease out the subject in the future. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. It's gonna be a behemoth, just like the last one. But as always, no, not every single thing I research is gonna end up being like 30-minute long videos that take a while to make. Some of them are just gonna be on the quicker end as well, like, you know, the 10-ish minutes, you know, the 10 to 20-minute videos that you guys been seeing so far. Yeah, you love that it's raining and thunder. It's just raining where I'm at, Dusty. It's just raining where I'm at. I don't know if it is gonna be thundering, but it's very windy out. It is very windy out. I am probably gonna open up my window later on. And then also in other news, more fun news you could say, I got a Switch 2. Does that mean I'm gonna be streaming games on it? I don't think I can, really. I'd have to move. So it's like a whole setup thing I'd have to move, and it's like, it's already nice and comfortable on my TV. Yep. And then also, I don't know how many HDMI ports my monitor has, and if they're already being, and if it's already being used. Wait, I think I actually have the HDMI cable in there. I had to order like a whole other separate ass cable type because there's only one HDMI port on my computer. I guess it's fine. Doesn't really need that much, but yeah, at most this computer can only have like a dual monitor setup, so that's fine by me. That is fine by me. Yeah, get more HDMI adapters. Easier said than done. USB adapters, that's one thing. HDMI, I don't know. But yeah, I gotta take a sip of this drink here. My head's been killing me all fucking week. Just like last week, alcohol helped out with that. Even if I did have a bit much last Friday. Anyways. How are you guys doing, though? Enough about me, I want to hear about you. Oh, man. Oh, wait. Oh, man, so Bubsy 4D is finally out. Forgot to mention that. Motherfucker, Enoch. Is that all you have on the brain? You say that I have femboys on the brain all the time. I think, me thinks you're projecting there. Anyways, but oh, that's cool, Henoch. That's cool. I've been getting job offers too. I won't lie. The job market's been brutal. Haven't gotten one yet. Kind of disappointing, but gotta keep trudging through to trudge through, I guess. I'm sorry, I love getting on. Yeah, obviously, I know, Henoch, I know. I very much know. But yeah, worries about the economy, they go away when you're playing Donkey Kong Bonanza. And then, the next thing you have to worry about is your playthrough of Bubsy 4D on Monday. Yeah, we're gonna take a bit of a break from Klonoa next week, and we're gonna do, basically a full playthrough of Bubsy 4D. It's like a pretty short game, which that's kind of nice. And you do get, and I just watched a review on it, the full game, and it seems like you do have quite a bit of replayability with it. So you don't just have to start a new playthrough every time you want to play it. But anyways, I'd say, yeah, the economy is probably gonna go into a dip at the end of this year. Oh yeah, hardcore, yeah. Just with the way everything's going, the prices of everything, just the shit show in Iran. Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad. Turn up cash to gold and silver. I'd love to do that. I just wish I knew how. I probably should learn how to. And buy gold and silver whenever they are cheap. Yeah. Gold and silver are pretty, they last a while. And they're always pretty valuable. Even in recessions. That and bullets. That and bullets. Though you beat me to the punch there a little bit, Dusty. I will tell you that. You did, just as I thought of bullets. You beat me to the punch. Alrighty, we will start everything proper in 3 minutes. I don't mind doing a bit more, just kind of chatting with you guys. Take it, drinking my drink as we go. Whew. Must have put in more booze than lemonade this time in this glass. Whew. Good shit. Good shit. I wish I could go to a range with you. I wish I had a firearm. I wish I had that. Have you considered doing a Christian discussion stream? This is kind of that. So Henoch, this is kind of that, because we're talking about, you know, how the dating humiliation ritual is already seeping into the Orthodox Church. Now, granted, this is more or less a small little creep into it, but people, mainly masculine men like yours truly, have already noticed that this plague about to infect the church and are calling it out. No, I mean the Good Bible and the Orthodox Church. My thing isn't apologetics. There are other Orthodox Christians who do that kind of stuff. I'm not one of them. I'm still very much learning a lot about the faith myself as a more recent convert, so ultimately not really my place. Anyways, I guess we could get started. Actually, just give me one more thing. If I could find it, because this is kind of important. This one, if I'm able to find it, is important. But I'd have to scroll down through all my bookmarks about Chud the Builder. Wait, did it? Did it get fucking deleted? Okay, I guess we could start off like this. I was mildly annoyed that Celestium was reluctant to use the word whore. Yeah, whore. Yeah, you could say whore here on YouTube for bad behavior. Even if she used to be that way, shame works on bad behavior. She's self-admitting she used to be that way. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm very much aware of that, Dusty. No need to remind me. But anyways, I'm not here to talk shit about my friend. I am here to talk about feminism encroaching into the Orthodox Church and what it looks like. So, it all started not on the 14th. It was, I think, the day before. Yeah, this all started on the 13th of this month. And this Catherine chick, right, posted an article on Substack, which we have here. However, I think I'm gonna read from this version because I don't know. We could skim through the original version after to see if there's been any edits that have been made. But anyways, we will get to that. But let's see what my mutual based czarist has to say on this article here. This is gonna give you guys a bit of a teaser as to what's to come. I took the time to read Catherine's Substack, even though she blocked me for mogging her. Yeah, I love this guy, man. He always mogs a bunch of retards. It's great. I love him. He's cool. Full of many double standards. Consistently shits on men, then tries to say along the lines of, we should foster the growth of good men. Gets mad about men's preferences and the straw man idea women should be pre-made in some image, but then holds a double standard that men should have certain virtues ready to go. In conclusion, it's only a good read if you want to laugh at something delusional. And laugh at and get angry, we will. I could promise you that, friend. I could promise you that. I got a drink right here. I'm gonna sip it nice and slow. Sorry. There we go. Sorry, a little bit spilt. Let's see. She's not perfect, and I know and I know I'm not. But by the grace of the Lord, call out bad behavior, Celestium. Don't feel bad for it. This whole thing is an exercise in tolerating bad behavior and how it's a futile affair. We need to get people to self-correct. Absolutely, Dusty. Absolutely. If you're unable to call your past actions what they are, have you truly moved on from them? That's a genuinely good question I just asked. What do you guys think? But anyways, we're gonna read the archived version of a dating crisis in the Orthodox Church, a woman's perspective. So we're reading through this archived version because I don't know if you can actually do any editing on Substack. I don't use it. I mainly read people's Substacks. I don't write on there, so I don't know if you could edit. So let's read the header. Over the past 8 years, the Orthodox Church in America has exploded with converts, many of them men looking for a wife. But what of the women? I pulled 40 women to get their perspective. Already I see some bias in here. There is such a thing as selection bias. So, who are the 40 women? I think a lot of this will be answered in the thing. I don't think we need to immediately know the answer to who the 40 women are. But I think we will be learning soon. So, let's get started. Over the past 8 years, the Orthodox Church in America has seen an exponential growth in converts all over the country. And yes, it is the Kmart wave that kind of, my channel is somewhat known for now, even though I don't make it. It's the same K-pop, I mean Kmart wave thing. Yeah. Yeah, I like it too, man. It's good shit. While Orthodoxy is still a small percentage of the US population, we have seen a convert surge almost twofold since 2018. Just in 2026 alone during Holy Week, we saw an estimated 16,000 converts baptized. Hell yeah! I mean, heaven yeah! But yeah, honestly, I'm so happy about that. And I agree, Enoch. I hope Orthodoxy does take over the United States. It is really the only form of Christianity that has really stuck by what the apostles believe. But again, this stream is not to shit talk other denominations, so let's keep going. Yeah, God is indeed good, my friend. Parishes that once felt like quiet ethnic enclaves are now bursting at the seams with young Americans, many of them men, who showed up hungry for something ancient, unchanging, and true. Why, yes, I could agree with this opening paragraph right here. This is all true. This is all very true. This is one of the many reasons why I decided to look into Orthodoxy. In case you don't know, I have an undergraduate degree in history, and I have my master's in library science and information studies. But for me, what drew me to Orthodoxy was, like, I wanted to get to the root of all this. You know, I wasn't already a fan of Protestantism. I've been burned by Catholicism. What else is there? And then that's when I got the nudge to look into Orthodoxy. And I don't regret that decision one bit. And this is how a lot of young guys feel too. This isn't just a me thing. This is kind of the like collective convert male conscious speaking about this. It's like we hate this modern world, and we're looking for for something ancient, unchanging, and true. You feel it the second you walk in for Pascha or a Sunday Divine Liturgy. The energy is different. The convert surge isn't just a headline or podcast about the topic. It's the guy in the back row with the new beard, still learning when to cross himself. The college girl who left her Protestant Bible study because it felt like a self-help group and wanted something deeper. The Zoomer catechumens all named Bryce. Huh? Okay, I'm not gonna think too deeply about that. Who somehow ended up in every parish from Riverside to Chicago. Yeah, for me, I mean, I always sit in the back because of how tall I am, I think. And then also, I don't really want to disturb anyone else. But if I wasn't sitting in the back, I wouldn't have met my amazing God family. So I'm grateful for sitting in the back. The church is growing because the modern world is starving people out. No longer does the megachurch with fog machines and a rock concert appeal. The ever-changing landscape of the Protestant sects in ethics, politics, and basic Christian life has rung hollow in the ears of the young. They are looking for the Ark of Salvation, the hospital for souls that actually diagnoses the diseases of the modern age instead of pretending they don't exist. I gotta say, this is actually a strong start. I have a feeling this is probably personal right here. Maybe she met some catechumens named Bryce. Maybe Bryce Papenbrook is one of those converts. That'd be cool. But this is also true. This, so far, is all true. But we're gonna get to the parts that really frustrate people. And I think it's probably going to start sooner than you think. With the increase of single converts, albeit mostly men, what does the dating landscape look like? While many families are converting, there are many young people coming to Christ, searching for a Christian way of life, and this includes marriage and family. Okay, nothing wrong with that. Another reason why I looked into Orthodoxy was had to do a lot with how dating and marriage worked. Divorce among Orthodoxy is such a rare thing. Like, it really is. It's a rare thing. And while it does happen, obviously, you know, it's not going to be like, you know, how every single other divorce happens. Well, does that mean infidelity is rare in the church? For the most part, people are pretty loyal to each other. They actually have. So one of the things that I notice, it's like, I don't see any of the married people just like, you know, flirting with each other. They're all friendly with each other, but they're not they're not like flirting with each other. Like they know, it's like, oh, you know, he's married to her, she's married to him, and you know, so on and so forth, right? Like, there's an expectation, a pretty major expectation, that it's like, you do not commit infidelity, okay? You do not do this. It will create a scandal, and the last thing the Orthodox Church needs is a scandal. We have more young Orthodox Christians than we've had in generations, and yet the single scene is still strangely barren. The pool is tiny to begin with. Orthodoxy clocks in at roughly 1% of the US population, scattered across jurisdictions, geographies, and culture. Throw in the convert cradle divide, the I only date within the church conviction, that actually matters when you're serious about theosis, and the post-pandemic wave of mostly male converts, and you got a recipe for a lot of earnest people showing up to coffee hour and still going home feeling alone. However, what of the women? I'm a convert myself from Protestantism and have found it equally difficult, but surely the odds are in my favor. Well, already I could see something. So, you know, Orthodoxy does have a lot of male converts, far more than women. That is a fact. But already I could tell where this is going. Knowing what I know about female nature, specifically hypergamy, yeah. Chances are, the moment you arrived, you were probably really fucking picky. If you're single, you should be going home alone, not with another single woman. What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't think that's what she meant there, Dusty. I think what she means is, it's like, okay, so you leave for coffee hour, and then you go back to living alone. I think that's what she means. I'm being pretty generous here. Charitable, you could say. Yeah, she is talking about dating. Yeah, I know. But it's like you're not going to be like taking her home right from coffee hour. And that's also true, Dusty. It's also true. Not denying that. Thing is, like, you could feel, so I think something else that she's bringing up too, I felt this initially as well when it comes to, like, you know, kind of feeling a little lonely after leaving coffee hour. It's like, fuck, I wish coffee hour lasted, you know, people were at coffee hour for longer. But I know I have but such feelings lessened over time, you know. Once I started having things to do after church, it's just like, it sucks, but you just get used to it. Anyways, let's continue. I watched it play out in real time, both in my own circle, in my travels to other parishes, and across the online Orthodox corners I formerly haunt. The available convert women are there, smart, faithful, kind, the kind who show up for every vigil and serve in the choir, who actually live the life of the church. These are my lovely friends and acquaintances I met over the years, I mean. But too many of these guys, especially the newer converts, seem to look right past them. Will she get into why? Ever since I became a catechumen, I've heard the so often repeated phrases, there are no single women in my church, and the 10 to 1 man to woman man to woman ratio. But when I look around my own parish, it is not often the case. In your own parish. okay, we're already running into some problems here. That might be the case for your own parish, but that's not what the collective male experience is trying to tell you here, Catherine. The guys that you're talking to online are saying it's like, it seems like all the women are in relationships. And I don't want to interfere in that. It's not my place. And also, there will probably be a lot of competition because there is a 10-to-1 man-to-woman ratio. That's probably what they're saying to you, but you're unable to grasp the fact that... Oh, that's odd. Oh, anyways. It's lagging for you, Rexus? It seems to be fine. Seems to be fine for me, on my end. Maybe it probably is just on your end. Anyways, but Catherine, what you don't understand, and this is something that Undead Chronic calls bitch think. You're unable to think beyond yourself and your immediate surroundings. In other words, you have low IQ. So there's that. But that is an issue with this article here. You're unable to think beyond yourself and your immediate surroundings. And so because you can't do that, oh, hi Golf, how are ya? You do have a low IQ. I'm sure you don't. I'm sure you don't. It's probably a nice 100, my friend. Maybe a bit above. But how you doing, friend? How you doing? Dusty says he's peak midwit. But anyways, it's like you have to be able to think beyond yourself when it comes to talking about dating issues especially. Because if you're unable to take into account the collective male experience when it comes to why guys are complaining about dating, it's like, ooh, I don't know if I really want to be hearing anything from you. That's just me. I think I view it as a waste of time. Continuing on. Let's see. What is interesting? In today's climate, people are beyond self-absorbed. I feel bad for men right now. Yeah, I know you, like, Golf, I know you love your husband to death. I wish there were actually more women like yourself, if I'm being honest. You know, personality-wise and all that. It's like, I wish. Then I don't think a lot of these problems would be going on if the average woman learned how to love the average man. That's also something else too. What is interesting is that in my own travels and connections, I have met so many lovely Orthodox women who also want to find an honest, good Orthodox man, but are having the most difficult time at it. So what's going on here? Here's my attempt to explain what is happening based on my own observations and conversations with many people over the years. So much lol. My friend asked me why I drop what I'm doing when he gets off work or comes in the room, because I adore him. He's my best friend. And then Dusty, oh, Dusty, you don't need to say that about yourself all the time, man. We all got flaws, man. Being undateable is not the same as unlovable. Because I have a feeling, Dusty, if you were plopped in, like, I don't know, like, the 80s, you'd probably would have been able to find somebody. But, because we don't live in a time where where a lot of things went wrong. And I'd say things started going wrong ever since the 1920s. But at least there was still proper family structure back then. Anyways. I see. I'll let you two talk among yourselves. I think you guys are gonna have a pretty good, productive conversation. I'm not being facetious about that. let's keep going. Sorry, I lost pace here. In my experience, the Orthodox male converts who recently married often did so by bringing a normie girl or Protestant girl from outside the church who converted by the time they got married. That is something that happens in the Orthodox Church, yes, but I think you're not really hold on. I don't think you're kind of going beyond yourself in this. Again, these are from people who you met in your experience. God bless you, Golf. God bless you. But yeah, as I was saying, right? I recommend that choice. I recommend that. You will laugh if you're a noticer like Dusty, Rexus, and I, Golf. You will laugh your ass off. I could guarantee that. Like, we were laughing our whole way through it. So, and it's also relatively kid-friendly too. I know you have a kid, so I think she'll enjoy it as well. Anyways, most of the time, if I were to go from my personal experience, the majority of people at my church, they're either they're Greek or Greeks from Cyprus, and they married within the church. But that's in my experience, but that is not the collective Orthodox experience for marriage. And it's also not the case for many converts as well. They actually managed to find somebody in the church, they prove themselves. That's a big thing too. You gotta prove yourself in many ways, especially if you're going to a Greek church. I could see why people say it's convert unfriendly, but it's well, there's a reason why you could say that. I wouldn't describe it as convert unfriendly, but it's you, an American, are trying to basically, worm yourself into an ethnic enclave. Again, more and more, we're starting to see American converts like yours truly. But when I started going to my church at first, it's I won't lie, I did feel a little out of place because I only speak a little Greek. And it's I could see, granted, if I didn't have part Middle Eastern in me, I felt like I would have had an even harder time. So I was at least able to talk to people about food. It's I'm part Iranian. We do share some cuisine, and it's food's a great way to actually start talking to people, man. It's tip of advice if you're ever in a new situation, if you do start going to a Greek church, start talking to them about the food. That's a good thing to do. It also shows you're actually interested in the culture. And shocker, Greeks love to talk about Greek culture. And I love hearing all about it too. It's fascinating. But anyways, basically, I think this is something that I think, again, this whole thing about, in my experience, the Orthodox male converts who recently married often did so by bringing a normie girl or Protestant girl from outside the church, yada, 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 right? I think you are recognizing a pattern, but it's kind of a rare pattern that happens. Most of the time, really the only time this really happens is if she's actually agreeable to wanting to look into Orthodoxy. I'm pretty sure they've had many conversations about, I'd love for you to start going to, I'd love to take you to an Orthodox liturgy sometime. And she's probably no. But you know how stubborn women are in today's day and age. But eventually, this is one of the few things you can be persistent in. As a guy, it's one of the few things you can be persistent in. Eventually, she'll probably want to go because you won't stop asking her about it. And you're not giving up. And women like guys who don't give up. So, wouldn't you know, one thing leads to going to liturgy. You know, that conversation. I need another sip of my drink. But basically, let's keep going. They often pursue very attractive non-Orthodox women who are perhaps open enough to Orthodoxy rather than seriously courting the faithful Orthodox women already here. Motherfucker, it's like maybe they've tried ever think that maybe they tried talking to the in your words, faithful Orthodox women? Ever think they tried to do that? Again, women to men, how many converts go into Orthodoxy? How many? I don't expect you to post exact numbers, right? I don't think I expect anybody to do this, but it's pretty common knowledge at this point that it's mainly young men that are being converted to Orthodoxy. That is a fact. So chances are, and a lot of us converts, we try to respect the fact that, you know, maybe the more ethnic Greeks want to marry other ethnic Greeks. Basically, if you ask me, I think the Greeks are one of the only few white people who are actually allowed to have any sort of pride, so to speak, and caring about their heritage. That's because our nation has done a lot of things for the Greeks, and we have the Greeks to thank in kind for a lot of the founding principles of our country. But basically, okay, we're getting into the retarded shit, aren't we? Okay, I let my eyes wander for a little bit, and I already see the stupid shit. Yeah, I know, democracy, cringe, and gay, yeah. But we're not here to talk about monarchy tonight, so as much as I'd love to, now's not the time. I have also observed many times that the older Orthodox men prefer the very young women in the church over the ones closer to their age. I.e. 30-year-old man and the 19-year-old girl. This is already getting fucking wild. Bro, Catherine, this should be known. Men like younger women. Do you know why we like younger women? Do you know why? Younger women have a few important things, and I lay this out in a future video of mine. Younger women are, they have youth, beauty, and fertility. That's a fact. Many guys, many 30-year-old men would rather date a 19-year-old girl over a woman their age. That's just how we are. Now, granted, if a 30-year-old man and a 30-year-old woman are married, it's like, yeah, they should only have eyes for each other. But hey, if we were to go back into, actually the 20s, perfectly enough, people did get married younger. What was the average age of marriage? Maybe 20 for guys, 18 for women? And wouldn't you know, they were able to make lovely, happy families with each other. Despite all the eventual conditions of the 30s. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with a 30-year-old man dating a 19-year-old girl. I don't see any problem with that. They're both adults. They're both adults. And clearly, if that 30-year-old man is really trying to be a good Orthodox Christian, because in Orthodoxy, what matters more is that you try. That, ultimately, God does not expect perfection. He really doesn't. And for the people who's like, oh, you have to do everything perfectly in these rigid guidelines, and no, you got it all wrong. You got that all wrong. Many of the saints have talked about it's like don't go for, try not, perfection is not what God is looking for. I was gonna butcher those quotes, but I remembered them at the last second. But life experience, but you're just a PDF. She's a literal child. It's like, no. We have decided that 18 is the age that people become adults. That's fine. I agree with that. I got no problems with that. A 30-year-old is an adult, and a 19-year-old is an adult. And also, look at the verbiage used here. 30-year-old man, 19-year-old girl. Well, in your mind, already I find this to be dishonest. She should be saying 30-year-old man and 19-year-old woman. That's what that is. Girl implies child, as in somebody below the age of 18. That's what that means. Vera Volta, we should talk about this sometime. Have lots of thoughts. How are you, Vera? Doing all right? Anyways, though I've never seen it work in the end. Proof? I cannot say if this is because the 20 to 30-year-old convert women are somehow less attractive. No. That's not the case. I think this is a bit of a projection on your part, Catherine. I know you're... Well, I'm going to be turning 26 in June. Actually, in a few days. So... Anyways, where was I? I have a feeling you're probably projecting a bit there. That's just my opinion. It is a bit of a puzzle to me. The way that I see this, translating this from Womanese to English, it would be, the men in my church don't find me attractive. Therefore none of the older Orthodox convert single men find the other women at around 20 to 30 attractive. Kind of fuck-ass logic is that? Other men seem to get stuck in the ortho-bro trad echo chamber, where the bar is impossibly high. She must know the essence energy... Okay, this is where we're gonna get into more retardation, aren't we? Ugh. I need another sip of my drink. Other men get stuck in the ortho-bro trad echo chamber where the bar is impossibly high. She must know the essence energy distinction perfectly. Make sourdough bread. Sourdough bread is very easy to make. And look like a Pinterest trad wife all at once. Ortho bro trad echo chamber. Tell me you're just a man-hating feminist trying to subvert orthodoxy. Yeah, that's what this reads like. Again, if you just wanted to bitch, you could just bitch. No need to, like, intellectualize it. That's a word. I tend to make up words like that a lot. But my twin brother has made sourdough bread back when he was 12. Granted, it took some trial and error, but it's possible. It's very much possible and easy, and when you get it down to a science, because cooking is indeed a science, It's like, oh, yeah, then you can become really good at it. And there's a few people I know who like to bake bread in their spare time. I think one of them, she even knows how to make focaccia, which is damn good bread. Focaccia is a nice loaf. There's the rigid trad camp, often coming out of the red pill sphere, telling men all women are ran through. Yeah, sister, I got some news for you. Many of them are. Many of them are. And the problem that brings is that we know for a fact that the lowest rates of divorce are when both partners lose it to each other in the marriage. They lose their V cards to each other in their marriage. It's like, what, 6%? And then it's like 7%. It only raises like 1% higher if, if both of you are virgins and, you lose it to each other before you get married. But you still get married, though, to each other. You guys are still your one and only. But here's the thing. Even after a woman has one partner, and, she and him break it off, right? It wasn't even necessarily like a one-night stand or whatnot. The chances for divorce jump from 6 or 7% to 21%. So, let's use the analogy of a gun here. I've used this one before in the past. So, you have a gun, and it has some bullets in the chamber. You do a little Russian roulette here. This is basically what divorce is. In the modern West, you're basically playing Russian roulette. It's sad that marriage can be reduced down to this, but then again, oh yeah, you spin the cylinder. Thank you, Dusty. Again, I'm not a gun nut like you. But basically, the chances, how many bullets are in that 6-shot cylinder? But actually, what I was thinking, because you have a 100 bullet chamber. You have a bullet. You have a bullet in there. That's the 6%. Out of 100, out of all the other spots in the chamber, what is the likeliness that you are going to basically kill yourself because of that? And, in the context of that chart, 6%. But now, what happens when you have 5? When the amount of bullets changes from 100 to 5? What happens? What is the likeliness that you are going to splatter your brains on the wall when you put one bullet in a chamber that can only hold up to 5? That is that's not something I want to deal with personally. There's a reason why I'm still a virgin myself. I don't want my future marriage to end in divorce. And I even talked with my priest about this a while back, and surprisingly, he actually gets it. It's like, well, you're trying to live a more, you're trying to live a better life than how you were, and you never lost your V card. So I don't see the problem. Thank you, priest. I love you, man. He's awesome. But anyways, so what happens, right? And we also know that oh boy, I know what happens in college, both in undergraduate and graduate. It's not like I haven't lived through it or anything, and seeing that my experience has been mirrored by the collective male experience, it's just, holy shit, dude. I don't think a lot of these women coming out of college are fit to be wives, let alone mothers. But again, yes, I know, not all women are like that. Because there's gonna be some low IQ retards who are gonna be like, but Kreemsicle, not all women. Yeah, I know. But trying to find a virgin woman in the West, to quote Legion of Men, it's like trying to find a needle in a needle stack. There's a lot of needles out there. Which one is pristine enough? It's good you kept your V-card. I lost mine to a Saudi chick back in high school. I kind of feel regretful. I say, Enoch, well, try your best to repent, man. I think that might help your situation. Which, in my opinion, is both not true and not a compatible outlook for Orthodox courtship and marriage. Well, hate to break it to you, sister. That is reality. That is reality. It has never been easier for a woman to be able to hook up with any guy she wants to. It has never been easier. That is a fact. There have been, back when I was living in my apartment, there were a lot of women who wanted to try to get with me. They were giving out all the signs and shit that even a spurg like me could tell. It's like, okay, she wants something with me. It's so fucking obvious. And many men are none the wiser and just like, oh yeah, sure, that'll get my rocks off for the night and I won't have to worry about it for a while. You know, a lot of guys will do that. But curious, what were the signs? Let's see. So one, the biggest one is, and then again, you know, at bars, you know, it is a little different at bars or whatnot, but I've had many women just non-stop touching me. That is like the biggest one. They would not stop touching me. Song's the second. I'm a virgin woman, but I'm not from the West. I gotcha. But yeah, a lot of these women I met at bars, and even by the time I started growing older, were they drunk or not drunk? So here's the thing. So I first arrived at bars at like around 8, so people were just finished, you know, pre-gaming or whatnot. But only very rare occasions were they actually drunk and they were being really flirtatious, where it was just so obvious, and I was just like, please get away. Please get away. You're making me uncomfortable. But yeah, they were not drunk. They were not like drunk, so to speak. Like that they couldn't like consent or whatever. If anything, I was the shit-faced one. Oh man, I used to pregame a lot back when I was living in my apartment. I was shit-faced by the time I got to the bar and got even more shit-faced there. Fun times, but alas, I'm trying to live a better life now. But that's good. Why does it make you uncomfortable? Personally, I don't. In general, I'm always uncomfortable when people get really pushy about things. Like, it even happens, like, on stream, too. Like, if people are really trying to push me to cover something, I'm just like, It's like, you're kind of annoying me. And that's how kind of I express being uncomfortable, is, like, expressing, you're annoying me. I might give a look, or, you know, body language or whatnot. There were some women who I really didn't want to talk to, and they were talking to me anyways, and I just had to be polite about it. And you know, when the conversation ran its course, I didn't look back. Anyways, but yeah, no, Vera, I understand where you're coming from, man. I know not all women have an interest or have an interest in trying to pick up whatever dude they can. I know. Trust me, I know. But I am talking about pretty noticeable patterns here. Like I've seen enough. I've witnessed, seen enough, and read other testimonies about, you know, college life and just all that stuff. It's like, yeah, it's basically the case that unfortunately many women these days are just unfit to be married, let alone be mothers. But anyways, these men carried a prefabricated mold of what a woman should be, extreme even by traditional standards. Define a man informed by her he expected to give her. Hold on, am I just not speaking English correctly today? Oh wait, no, I missed a thing. One woman told me that just after a few dates, a man informed her he expected her to give birth at home with zero pain medication. She was completely put off by the conversation coming so early in courtship, where he was already demanding things from her before a real foundation was set. So, I got some questions regarding that, naturally. One thing's for sure, kind of goes back to the beginning here of I pulled 40 women. I understand why you don't want to say their names. That, I got no issues with that. But you're not gonna say, you know, maybe like the city that, you know, this person was in. And no, that would not be doxing the person. But I think something's a little fishy with this. I don't think... Granted, are there some socially awkward people coming into the church? I don't deny that. I don't deny that at all. I mean, I am one of those people myself. Generally speaking, I like to yap about guilty gear a lot to people I talk to at church, even the older people, even the older people. But the likelihood that this is somebody who is actually going to church and not just somebody who's terminally online, I find this to be kind of flimsy, little implausible. I just have a hard time believing that this happened. Could it have happened? Maybe. But, knowing the framing that she's already going with in the previous paragraph and some of the other sentences she's already wrote, I'm skeptical. Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, Vera, there are a lot of crazies online. Which is why I also like to tell people, it's like, go to your local Orthodox Church today. Don't just be online. Go to an actual church. Start going to an actual Orthodox church. Don't just learn your theology online. I'm a big proponent in that. Online is a start. Online is a start. I wish I was dating normal in my country. We just don't do it because we don't want to be killed. We can't even have opposite sex friends. You are lucky. Why? So, songs. What country are you from? What country are you from? I have to ask. Because I'm also a proponent of you should not be having friends of the opposite sex. I'm also a proponent of that. Granted, I'm not so rigid in that. It's like, I think online is one thing. Online is one thing compared to in person. Muslim country. Okay, I got it. I gotcha. That said, it's like the people at my church, it's like I know they're friends with each other. They're not gonna be like committing infidelity because there's standards set in place that prevent that from happening. But again, it's like the thing is with with Muslim countries, right? I'm not defending Muslim countries at all. I fucking despise them, many of them. Their whole thing is they don't have I don't know if you're a Muslim song. I don't know. If you are, I'm sorry that you have to hear this from me, but generally speaking, in Islam, you're atheist, but you want to be free and want male friends. I see. Yeah, I could see how Islam is an atheist churning factory. Absolutely. It's like a lot of Protestant sects. If we're gonna compare it to Christianity for a bit, like the things that you're required to believe are like in a Muslim country, I find it to be absolutely batshit and evil. Like seriously, I have seen so many horror stories of ex-Muslims, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, like how dysgenic is this religion? It's like it has, and it tried to pass itself off as like another testament of the Bible, but it's like, no, it couldn't have been. I mean, Islam believes that God is a trickster demon, which is my goodness, that's extremely, it's heresy. It's all just heresy. But basically, Islam, because of how dysgenic it is, and what I mean by dysgenic, I just use dysgenic interchangeably with dysfunctional, because it is a dysfunctional religion. Because again, there's a verse in the Bible of you shall know them by their fruits. What's the fruit of Islam? Well, a lot of goat fucking and abuse, scandals, pedophilia, incest. It's all evil, man. It's all evil. Henoch says, my college roommate was from Morocco. He told me he was an ex-Muslim after he made sure I could be of trust. Bro thought I was a Muslim because I spoke Arabic. I gotcha. Yeah. I heavily encourage, and we do have some, I think there's like a few ex-Muslims in the church that I go to. And they talk about that. It's like they talk about just like I can't, like I just couldn't live like this. Like I couldn't. It felt wrong. It felt like it felt like I was dishonoring God. I remember that. I remember that, like, a woman saying that at like kind of like a congregation of us converts or future converts. I remember her saying that, and she is so happy that she was able to meet the man that she's married to, who's an Orthodox Christian, and now she's in the process of getting her kids converted, which is awesome. Glory be to God. But basically, in her mind, it's like orthodoxy was the fix. Orthodoxy was the fix to the problems that she was experiencing with Islam. As with many ex-Muslims who convert to orthodoxy in particular, they too feel. I guess I could also throw a bone to Catholicism as well, because I also hear like a lot of ex-Muslims, who convert to Roman Catholicism, also be pretty happy with the decision, and that they were able to escape from something truly horrific. So yeah, regarding Christian love and marriage and all that, it's like, no, we view like, the kinds of abuse that's permissible in Islam, that is, you do not fucking do that in Orthodoxy. There is serious consequences for being an abuser. That, It's permitted in Islam. It's not permitted in Orthodox Christianity or Christianity as a whole. I should specify Christianity as a whole. We do not permit such things happening. And if there is a sect that permits abuse happening, they're most likely some crazy cult and therefore not Christian. Clendy Whittle, thoughts on modern American Orthodoxy versus Eastern Greek Orthodoxy? Well, Clendy, it just so happens I'm Greek Orthodox myself. I'm a convert, but I have my issues with the OCA. I think sometimes they get a bit too liberal regarding. I'm not saying liberal as in like American, like liberal, you know, leftist. What I mean by liberal is Enlightenment philosophy. They tend, and the problem with Enlightenment philosophy is that at its core, it's from, you know, its eventual goal is to try to undermine the authority of God. So when I see the OCA talk about, you know, they try to bring in some Enlightenment nonsense into Orthodoxy, I'm just like, oh, motherfucker. It's so, no, just no. Now, do they come out with some wins every now and then? Yeah, I could say that. What about Oriental Orthodox? The Coptics. Complicated relationship with that one. Though I think there is some efforts in Greece actually trying to bring the Coptics back into communion. The schism that happened between us and the Coptics happened back in like the 400s. It's probably the longest running schism, but I want to be positive here and say that it's starting to be repaired. Maybe, I think nearly is the wrong word, but starting to be repaired. Definitely the correct thing to say here. But the thing is, the Coptics are gonna have to give up, like, quite a bit. But also, I think Greece is starting to look through, it's like, okay, let's see, maybe we could also have some of your saints be canonized as well. I might be getting that wrong, but that's just what I've been hearing in the grapevine. Anyways, let's see. Within this same group, men have explicitly told me they prefer ethnic women from Orthodox countries because they'll be more trad. You're not even posting any sort of screenshots about like the engagements you're having. So I just feel like this is just a bunch of hearsay with not a bunch of proof behind it. They're booking trips to Russia and the Balkans to find a wife overlooking the available Orthodox women right in front of their city or the next state over. Again, I don't see the issue if the guys are going overseas and they're not doing sex tourism, because I don't like sex tourism. I should mention that. I disincentivize people from partaking in sex tourism, because the side effects of people doing that is, one, like I mentioned during my tirade about virginity, it's like, yeah, you're gonna ruin a bunch of women for the native guys, and also you're dragging the reputation of your own people down. When you go to someone else's country, you are an ambassador for your people. If you act like a fool, the people there are gonna think your people are fools. That's just how that works. Oh wait, I gotta put on the Kmart Wave music again. I thought I had it on loop. Sorry about that. I know Islam is false because the people who follow it are extremely evil, like my parents and my government. I had horrible things happen to me. I'm genuinely sorry that those things happened to you, my friend. I'll pray for you right now, man. I'll pray for you right now. I'm a bit more of, just to let you know, I genuinely prefer to pray more in my head, but I did say a prayer for you. I did say a prayer. But yeah, but regarding that, it's like, if they are overlooking the available Orthodox women right in front of them, or in the next city over, as you put it, maybe, just maybe, they don't want to maybe they don't want to interfere on what's going on in their church. That's me being a bit too, I guess, overly generous. But I have a feeling it's more or less them thinking, like, well, they probably already have a boyfriend or a husband, so it's best that I probably don't interfere. And because of all the other bullshit of modern society, basically, it's not worth it. That is a genuine issue right now, is that it's just not worth it to approach a woman in the West. One, if we're gonna get into a more, I guess, normie-pilled mindset, we could say a lack of third spaces without booze. Because really the only third space that exists, you know, that young people really congregate to are bars, and, you know, there's booze involved in that. Thank you, Christians and Jews. I don't know about Jews, but I could definitely say this. I could definitely say that about Christians. For us, we try to be peaceful. We try to be, but you know, we really only attack when provoked. And I'm saying this as more of a collective sort of thing, not like an individual in particular, but. And it's also just kind of, you know, I mean, you could look at the Crusades as a perfect example of that. The Crusaders waited basically until the last moment to start, but they were provoked constantly and consistently until they were really backed into a corner. But regarding Jews or whatnot, not to get too into the weeds of the noticing stuff, I don't think a lot of them value peace. I think a lot of them value wealth and power, and trying to attain it at all costs. But that's just me. But going back on topic here, we're not even halfway through. I think they think it's hopeless in the West. Like, even if they were to try to even go to the next church over, they probably would think the same thing. And wouldn't you know, there are single people in Russia and the Balkans. Now, granted, there are some things to know about Russian and Balkan women. They are rather domineering, so you gotta be more domineering than they are. So so you can't be a spineless fucking turd when going to Eastern Europe to find a wife. It also helps if you have some Slavic heritage in you. Am I Roman Catholic? No. Song, I am Greek Orthodox. I'm a Greek Orthodox Christian. Let's see. As I was saying, yeah, it does help if you do have some Slavic blood in you. Like, a good size of your bloodline is Slavic. Not just, you're not like an Amerimut like me, who only has a little bit of Slav in him. Let's see. Within, they would rather book a ticket to Serbia to find a wife than cross state lines to another Orthodox parish. What I find most odd about this, but, okay, already? How often does this happen? When we're when we're talking about population here, you did mention correctly that Orthodoxy is 1% of the American population. So, how many of these guys, especially the young converts you keep talking about, how often are they doing this? For me, in my personal experience, I don't have the money to be doing any of that. And Russia is having its, basically a lot of the developed world is starting to have cost of living problems. I have a feeling the various countries in Eastern Europe are probably going to be doing a bit better than Western nations in due time. But how many young guys are actually doing this? You're basically kind of fucking up your pattern recognition here. So you notice like maybe 1 or 2 guys doing this, and then it's like, oh, that's enough to form the pattern. No, that's faulty pattern recognition right there. Again, this is coming from Mr. Pattern Recognition. I use that term a lot. What I find most odd about this is that they are signing up for a whole other set of perhaps more challenges with this that I do not think they are prepared for. Okay, there's some truth in that. You shouldn't just be flying to random countries because you're thirsty for pussy. You shouldn't be doing that. I also think that you need to really do research before you relocate. I personally think that they are in a rude awakening once the fantasy is worn off. And then there's a lot of other kind of formerly unspoken advice. You don't take them back. You don't take them back to America. You stay there. If you're gonna move there, you fucking stay there. That is generally how that works. Again, exceptions, but hey, Dongus, how are you, man? Then there are the men who have simply checked out, whether voluntarily or none. And you say that like it's a problem. Again, I also do believe that it's like, oh, if starting a family doesn't work out for me, I'll just go be a monk. I don't think being a monk is like a plan B. I think there's what it requires to be a monk. It is a test. It is a test for you and your spirit. It's not easy to be a monk, in a Christian monk. What are the oranges for? One girl from a parish I frequently visit shared how a 27-year-old man has been talking to her for months. When she finally mustered the courage to ask her where things are going for her, he told her, "I'm not looking to get too emotionally invested right now." Okay, there seems to be holes in this one again in this anecdote of yours, just like the previous one. Yes, anecdotes are not reflective of reality. That should also be of note. Just because I tell a personal experience, you need to actually be able to see if it's actually applicable to reality. And what Catherine here is talking about is, well, not indicative to reality. Might have happened once, but she thinks this is everything. Again, more bitch think. Meanwhile, the women are left wondering if they're too much or not enough, too traditional for the world or too not ethnic enough, or not exotic or...
What the hell is this?
No guy thinks like this outside of the internet! And you're talking to, and I'm somebody who also likes foreign women himself. But the women around my age, like that I like, like 18 to 22, they are more like, are converts or ethnic Greeks. I'm not thinking not ethnic enough. like many guys who like foreign women don't say not ethnic enough or not exotic or pretty enough. No one actually says that. Not even the most coon-brained degenerate who watches, like, you know, interracial porn thinks that. Holy shit. Whether these things are true or not, they're not. They are deeply felt. My goodness.
Boy, May!
Oh my goodness. Little Saint Scurvy Island is still on your mind, Enoch, even though I deleted that timeline. So what about the women's perspective? I recently put out a survey and received 41 responses from single women and okay, so your whole premise was about single women in Orthodoxy. So now you're kind of laying it upon us that it's about single women and very recently engaged or married women who just exited the dating world. These women gave detailed answers. The average age... Okay, you probably shouldn't be having anyone who's 17 in this, because, you know, they're not adults. Legally speaking and everything else speaking, they're not adults. To 44. Wow! It's almost like the longer a single woman puts off marriage, of course she's gonna be bitching about men. Where have I seen that before? I've seen it all the fucking time. On the internet, and even in real life. I've had cougars hit on me before too in my undergrad years. Not proud of that. And I always rejected their advances. The biggest groups are 25 to 29, 10 women, and 35 through 39, 9 women. Every single one said she wanted marriage and family. Ooh, at this age range, 35 to 39? Bit late for that, huh? You're bit late for that. When it comes to, you know, we all know this as well, us in the manosphere know, by the time a woman is 30, fertility crashes. Do you think women should work or be stay-at-home moms? For their sake, it's better for them to be stay-at-home moms. That is what they are best at doing. Like, by their nature, by a woman's nature. Once they have a kid, they're damn good at, most of the time, they're damn good at taking care of the kid. There's a reason why I say most of the time. There are exceptions. But when it comes to like a woman working at like a family business with the rest of the family, I got no qualms with that. It's just the thing is, a lot of women in today's day and age, they substitute working for Shekel McGoystein for a man, or the government. That's also a real thing too in my country. A lot of women basically have the government as their husband in the form of welfare or alimony and so many other, social services that don't really help raising the kid, just kind of help fund the mom's lifestyle, quote unquote. Yet, when asked to rate the courting experience inside the church, they gave it an average of just 4.2 out of 10. Many rated extremely low. Okay, let's go through this chart here. Okay. Age group under 23. Okay. I don't quite get that. It should be 18 to 20. This is kind of fucking up your data already because this category is rather vague. And then Again, what does all this mean? What does all this mean? You don't define what all this shit means like any other table. I read studies. I have to for the things I research for my videos. You know, it's funny, because in Indonesia, oranges are jeruk, and they have lime orange hybrids called baby jeruks. I see. The welfare state, alimony and child support, just funding a debauched lifestyle. Absolutely. It's white table. She didn't specify. Nothing is defined, nothing is clearly explained and labeled. All this is doing is make me want to punch something. Me too, Dusty.
It do be like that, Mr. Stancil.
Me too. Only 36%. I can't even go in depth in this because I don't know what she's talking about. Okay, 3, 11, 21, 28, 20, 27. Hold on, no. 11, 21, 28, 37, 41. I'm a feminist, but I think marriage is good too. I am not any flavor of feminist, I gotta be honest, Song. But I also don't think that women should be treated like shit. I could agree with that. I think men and women, they are born with innate dignity. Like, that's something that God gives us. But I don't think we're equal. I don't think men and women are equal. Men excel things better than women, and women excel at things better than men. That's just how the world works. But I would never, ever advocate for, like, I would never advocate for, like, beating women because of those differences. Simp? I don't know, call me a simp, but I'm just going off of, you know, pretty basic church theology. But I think people can squander their dignity, and I think abusers squander their dignity. So, just like I think simps squander their dignity. Honestly, I think dignity is something people should value a lot more. Like, especially as a Christian. Especially as of late, it's like, I could, like, you know, I could see why it's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't want to just make yourself the clown all the time. Because that degrades your dignity as well. And then let's see, and my follow-up question was, why did things not work out? The top reasons were lack of physical attraction. Wow, shocking. Shocking. Poor hygiene?
What the hell is this?
Who said poor hygiene the most? Who said that? Out of which demographics here said poor hygiene? And then you didn't bother to ask defining poor hygiene in their opinion? Does hygiene in their mind mean that, you know, whenever he's working in the yard, he sweats? Age, life stage differences. Lack of social skills. Define lack of social skills. Define made her feel uncomfortable and personality mismatch. What does all this mean, Catherine? That's your job. If you're talking about stats and all that, that's your job to define your shit. The problems shift with age. Younger women 17 to 25 often deal with immaturity, hygiene issues, or lack of physical attraction, aggressiveness, ghosting after love bombing, or pressure to be sexual. Okay, that does happen. And I don't deny that this happens in the church. You know, there probably are some men, some, very few, who do this. But wouldn't you know, I think that's a bit of projection on her part, knowing what happened with her after this was written. Yeah, I agree, Enoch. Then ghost her when boundaries of chastity are put up. Hey, if that, you know, when that does happen, good on you, lady. Good on you. you dodged a bullet. There are times where I say to women, you've dodged a bullet. This is one of those times when it does happen. I have poor hygiene in this game called Caves of Cud because I fart. I fart and on shit and stank kills my enemies. Video games. Older women face a shrinking pool of men who also seem to want someone much younger. Gee, I wonder why. It's almost like we went over that earlier. Men in their 30s and 40s, do you know what they have that younger women want? They got resources, money, a means to provide. That's what happened. That's usually what happens. And it's like, hey, you know, the older guy, you know, she has youth, beauty, fertility, and you know, she's looking for, you know, she's looking for resources. Again, this is just, you know, it is an equivalent exchange. And do you know what? A lot of the times, those relationships, they're happy. They're actually happy. They're getting what they want from each other on a basal level, and then now that their base needs are met, they actually get to, you know, think a bit more about their futures. Shocking. Often these are widows. Are women. English, motherfucker, do you speak it? Often these widows are women whose husbands have left them and have children. Happy women, liar. Yeah, today's modern woman's not happy. But again, I'm kind of presenting an ideal here, you know? Women whose husbands have left them and have children. The single dads often still do not want to court them either. Well, I can see why single dads wouldn't want to court a woman, period. They've been through divorce and don't want to go through marriage again. So you're saying that single dads, people who generally don't want to date after they've been raked through the coals in divorce court, you're saying that they still want to go out there and date. Now, again, not all single fathers, I have to keep on saying that. It should be implied at this point whenever I make a generalization. It really should be implied. And yes, the ability to generalize is an ability of high IQ. But anyways, you know, especially in the West, they don't want to deal with that again. So even if a 20-something were to approach a single father, he probably would say no. Especially if he's like religious, he would say no. A common theme I saw was that some of the women have never been asked out by the men in their church. 14 women explicitly said no to the question. Have you ever been asked out or approached at church by any of the Orthodox men? Additional 5 women described... What the... Quotation marks. Additional 5 women described their situation where men at church do not approach or talk to them. E.g., men stick to themselves at coffee hour. Smart. Withdrawn, no one talks to women. I never get asked out IRL. There's reasons. You're in the fucking West. She could sue, if you're a young guy and you botch like an approach attempt, like maybe you are a little socially awkward, like yours truly, there is a very legitimate chance that if she doesn't find you attractive, that you're gonna be in court. Lovely, am I right? how fucking lovely. Yeah, I could see why a lot of people say, and myself included, that it's safer if you're an average guy, not to approach a woman in the West. I also asked them to share more in detail of the serious courtships they had. Some of the stories were heartbreaking. Multiple women, especially the younger ones, had been led on by a man she really liked after being set up by their families, but he dropped things out of nowhere without any warning. Right. I know there's not really arranged marriages in the Orthodox Church. I think there should be. I think it would actually help out a lot in regards to just the birth rate, you know, the white birth rate, but also just, you know, be fruitful and multiply. That basic biblical tenet. If God can't make them happy, what chance do you have? Yeah. That's something else to consider too. And what I mean by arranged marriage is not like how they do in like India or some Muslim country. It's like, okay, the way that it works in like Orthodox countries, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, he's 17, she's 17. It's like, you know, hormones are raging. That they'll most likely match with each other. That's how that usually works. And it's also not like the worst thing in the world if it doesn't lead to marriage. There is a period of time where they actually get to know each other, this, that, and the other. That's also how that usually worked as well. One 19-year-old girl said the reason he gave was that he was not ready for marriage. How old was the guy? Oh, you provide the age of the woman but not the guy? Then he almost immediately pursued another girl. This is someone who is a priest kid. This is also someone who is a priest kid. Okay. That's another factor in there. It's like, there's some additional expectations if you're gonna be dating and marrying a priest kid, as she puts it. Yes, that could be rather overwhelming for many guys. One 28-year-old woman shared her experience of dating a man for 10 months, becoming very close to his church community, and being led to believe that they would be engaged, only to have him abruptly call things off. About a year later, she discovered he had been trying to pursue a girl 15 years younger. How old is the guy? From another country. He kept it secret the entire courtship, also from his community, despite showing her and telling her he loved her. Again, you're not telling the full story here, Catherine. How old was the guy? How old was the guy? Because, again, that will determine if that is actually a problem. If he's in his 40s, the guy, and she's 15 years younger than a 40-year-old, that's not a problem in itself. But the problem then becomes, he's a cheating bastard, if this is true. And no, I do not condone cheating of any kind. You shouldn't be cheating. It's evil. Same goes for the women, because women also cheat too. I'll have to grab another drink soon, but I want to try to get through as much of this as I can. One 18-year-old woman in her parish reported that there was a man in his 30s who asked her out and her father said no. Then he pursued another woman at church in her late 20s, but she quickly realized he was an alcoholic, and it came out he was sexually active with his non-Orthodox single neighbor who was 10 years older while searching for his Orthodox wife. Okay, this is also rather multifaceted. Again, I don't condone premarital sex. I also think, regarding this, if the father says no, the father says no. That's final. You absolutely need to respect the authority of the father. That is also very common in Orthodoxy, too. Then he pursued another woman at church in her late 20s, okay, how did that happen? How did that happen? And how is, okay. Thinking about this logically is making my brains hurt.
Oy vey!
Again, I don't condone this behavior if true. You see, I always have to say if true when it comes to any of this stuff. I always have to say if true because, again, how are you supposed to know an anecdote is true? Even the anecdotes from my life that I said. I'm behind a VTuber model. So feel free to question any of the anecdotes I tell. That's also how you can tell that somebody is honest. Another 29-year-old was courted for an entire year only to be told her main sin was gluttony. Okay, I know where this is going already. And she needed to lose weight, and he ended it. Good. If that was an issue that he had, good. I would have the same issue. Like, Chica, you're not a guy. You don't need to be packing on the pounds if you're trying to build muscle. You don't need to do that. Another said the only single men who asked her out wanted photos of her. Methinks you're projecting there, Catherine. Why does she need her father's consent to marry if she's an adult? So, in Orthodoxy, right, the parents, both the father and the mother, are gonna be involved in the process of courtship. It's like, if the parents view it as a green flag for a guy, if he's interested in talking to them and actually understanding, you know who they are as people. That's a green flag. And that's something that, for me, as an Orthodox Christian, it's like that's something I'm trying to, foster as well for the girl I have an interest in. It's like, and I'm not just talking with her dad just to get close to her. I genuinely enjoy talking to him. He's a good person to talk to, and we learn a lot from each other. Like, again, it's also a thing of like fellowship and commitment to the church in a way. That's another way to view it. And oftentimes a strong father is actually a necessity for a daughter's life. There's like a whole book called Why a Daughter Needs a Dad. It's very good. It's a children's book, but absolutely, daughters need their fathers, just like how sons need their fathers. The way that humans work is via family units. A mother and a father, they stay together to protect and provide for their children in the ways that they can. A good father will, because he was a young guy at one point in his life, right? He knew that he once had all the hormones raging about him, and it's like, oh, well, there's a lot of cute girls around me, and it's just like, oh, I'm starting to get feelings for him, but it's like, he too also had to go through that same experience of talking with the parents, especially the father, trying to establish good rapport with the father. Like that's been a thing for a while, like years now. Like, I don't even know how long. Probably close to even before Christ was born. Continuing on. Many have expressed concerns of the older men with too much baggage or secular dating experience that carried over. I don't need my parents. I wish I was an orphan or something. I'm not saying, and I know from what you said so far in the stream, right? But I guess in your case, if you do meet a good Orthodox man, so to speak, I do think that you should at least try to talk to his parents. Like, you should understand the family dynamic that he comes from, because that's also an important factor for women to, you know, gauge if a guy is worth marrying as well, to see what kind of family background he comes from. Because who knows? It's like, there might be something in the family dynamic that I find to be, I don't think this is worth it, you know? And the same thing goes for you. You should also be vetting for what a guy's family, what a guy's life is like in his family. I think that's perfectly fair for both sexes. It's one of the few things in common in regards to finding red flags that both sexes should be doing. And it's a damn good thing to do. They were often very controlling, define controlling, still had a wandering eye, or were not serious about or intentional about marriage at all. Clearly not over a previous relationship, previous marriage, or long-term girlfriend they were living with before converting. And finally, the big issue we are all aware of, pornography addiction, which universally women think is a big turnoff for many obvious reasons. We will get to this later. There's a lot of stuff in this paragraph here. Regarding this in particular, a lot of women in the modern world find, like, if a guy says, I don't want you having guy friends because I don't want to be cheated on, they find that to be controlling, when that's a perfectly fine boundary for a man to have. And likewise, if he does set that boundary, he should also say, I'm more than happy to not have any female friends anymore either. That's fine. That's what I plan on doing. Like, there's a whole bunch of things I plan on doing that that apply to both of us. Like, I don't want to be in a situation. I don't want to end up in a situation where I'm tempted to cheat. But the same also goes with her. I also don't want her doing things that will end up in infidelity. And yes, the still had a wandering eye. Yeah, that is something that could actively be worked on. The church is very good about doing that. You really should only be having eyes for for your spouse. And that will probably eventually happen, where it's like, you're looking at somebody, and just like, in my mind, I'm just like, okay, I think a lot of these people might have knives on them. So, yeah, paranoia or whatever. But regarding porn addiction, it's like, yes, that is an actual issue that men face. She's not wrong about that, and women don't like it, but also, let's not forget the kinds of things women read. Pornography for women is very much different than for pornography for men. Again, this is another thing that shows that men and women are different. Again, for women, it's like they'll read books like Morning Glory Milking Farm or Pounded by Produce, and they will see, I don't know why a woman would want to read Pounded by Produce. I think they got something wrong with them if they want to be fucked by fruits and vegetables. As well as all the other things that they find arousing. But anyways, they like how do I put it? They get off based on reading rather, women are not the most, women are not like visual the same that men are. Women like the idea of something. That's what gets them off. Men, on the other hand, we see a woman, right? And we will immediately think if she is attractive or not. What I find sad about this is the disappointment from both women and men. There is a massive chasm where both are dealing with their own sets of problems but cannot come together. And yet these women aren't bitter or unrealistic. Highly doubt that. They're also well aware of their own faults and brokenness. That might be true, but again, which they're actively trying to work out with their spiritual father and within the church, they are realistic and humble when they speak of themselves and their faults. They do not think they deserve more or that they are owed a husband. I don't know. With a lot of the discourse that's been happening on Orthodox Twitter as of late, I don't know. I would disagree with that assertion. What they're looking for is a refreshingly basic and deeply orthodox. What they're looking for is refreshingly basic and deeply orthodox. A man with strong, active faith who could lead spiritually, someone kind, mature, respectful, and stable, a provider who wants a family, a man who is socially adept, masculine in a healthy way. Again, don't ever listen to bitches about masculinity. Don't ever listen to a woman about her definition on what masculinity is. Listen to other men about that. In a healthy way, honest and humble. And yet you don't define any of this. Do you see how annoying this is to read? You don't define any of this. This is made for other women, other feminists who are trying to subvert orthodoxy. It's just preaching to a choir, albeit it's a rather small choir. The good news! Several women in the survey did marry or get engaged to kind, stable, normal men. Shocking. Shocking. I personally know many great men. They happen to all be married. Gee, I have a feeling I can detect that you're not jealous of you're not envious of those women at all. That those guys might have passed you up. The church has plenty of good women and men ready for holy marriage. I think it applies more to the men, but I could also think there's good women for marriage in orthodoxy as well. The real challenge is helping good men... The real challenge is helping good men rise to meet them and finding a way for men and women to meet organically again. We used to have... Okay. Okay. Seen this song and dance before. It's the men's fault that I can't find Chad. Yeah, right. It's always the men's fault, never the women's. Oh, fuck, we're halfway done. Okay, how much longer is this? Okay, looks like we're almost done. The good news, several women in the survey did marry or get engaged to, I read that already. We used to have third places, libraries, coffee shops, and trains where conversations could happen naturally. Now men have become terminally online and women have retreated to staying home. Retreated. I'm retarded. To staying home, baking and knitting. All we have left is the parish. I've spoken with older men and priests. The most common comment I hear is that many of these converts, no, they are not ready for marriage yet. Right. We need to get their lives together first. Right. As if Chad, who makes 6 figures a year, needs to get his life together. Right. In my own parish, my priest cannot recommend anyone. He once remarked... Okay, so you're just projecting the problems that your parish is having onto everyone else. He once remarked that some of these guys cannot even look him in the eye or carry on a normal conversation. I think the male convert surge is a very good thing, and glory to God. Glorious. They are coming to the hospital. However, I have observed on my own interactions that many of these men have the desire to get married, but do not have the... What prerequisites? Define the prerequisites! Some even say they want a vibrant family life, but when they get close to the reality of the prospect, they back out and cannot commit. Or they find out that maybe the women who they were talking to aren't a good fit. Ever think about that? Again, at this point, I just think this whole article is just a bunch of projection. This leaves women extremely confused because the actions do not match their words. My final two questions were whether they think they had high standards or whether they talked to their priest about their dating experience. 68% of the women who answered this said they agree they have high standards when looking for an Orthodox man. Bingo! There's the problem. What are their standards? What are their standards? What are their standards? Obviously, somebody who is Orthodox and believes in the faith and the tenets of it. That is one. But, how much money should he make? How tall should he be? How athletic should he be? Stuff like that. That was never asked at all. They agreed to they have high standards when looking for an Orthodox man, but then they said their priest told them not to look. That's bad advice from the priest then. That should be the default response when they hear the standards these women are talking about. Yeah, I agree, Enoch. A lot of women are very greedy people these days. Again, like, I've spoken to many, and even though they're getting college degrees or whatnot, women like men who make more than them. Also a fact. Okay, seems like we actually are getting a definition here. I might have jumped the gun a little too soon here, but is this gonna raise more questions than answers? Orthodox man who takes the faith seriously, wants to raise children in the church. Okay, I agree with that. That's something I have too. This is the one thing that we could agree on that every Orthodox Christian should have. Ability to communicate well and be socially adept. Define communicate well and be socially adept. Ability to take care of themselves. Basic grooming, health, weight, and hygiene shows. The hygiene is not the problem necessarily. Do you think most Orthodox converts are a bunch of fucking neckbeards? Stability. Okay. I see you actually defined that. But you define that, but then you need to define each of these. Integrity and honesty. I'm gonna interpret this as a man would. Yes, a man should have integrity and honesty. But what does that mean when a woman says it? That's the question. A clear direction and intentionality in life. Does not matter what, any clear direct... I want to be a plumber is very different than I want to be a millionaire CEO. The plumber makes good money. But there is the whole prestige factor from all this. Okay. Holy fuck, we still have a lot more to go. And I need to get another drink soon. We're not done here at all. But, okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna still read this, but we're gonna read this pretty quickly. I'm gonna highlight it, read it in my head, see if it's feminist screeding or not. Nope. Wrong. Nope. Wrong. Wrong. That's still a thing. I have met some Orthodox chicks at the bar. They still kind of want that. Hell, one that I knew was rather touchy around me, so... And no, she was not a reason why I wanted to become Orthodox. No. But, again, Orthodox women still find this very attractive. Again, this right here. This is, listen to what I say, not what I do right here. They say that they want men who are pleasant to be around, love God, and are stable. But what do they do? What do they do? Who do they go after? Who are the guys that they go after? Okay, next paragraph. And again, not reading it, just reading it in my head, then providing my thoughts on it. You guys can read along with the highlighted segment if you want. Again, we have a lot more things to read, and I need to get another drink soon. Yes, the dating apps made by Jews. Hey, Catherine, got some news for you. You're a feminist. Ugh. Define what true masculinity means. Okay, I need to be reading this in my head. This is already covert feminist writing nonsense. No wonder why Rachel Wilson had a problem with this whole paper. Okay. This is more feminist screeding, but there is a truth in this. There is some truth in this. This one sentence right here. This one sentence right here. Especially if you're a guy who likes younger women. She's not gonna be trad right off the bat. You make her into a trad wife. Yeah. This is covert feminist. This whole paragraph is covert feminist nonsense. Be patient, Rexus. Be patient. There's a lot of things that I want to go over, and don't worry, we will go over counter propaganda, or well, propaganda as a whole, and then counter propaganda is something that's part of it. Oh, blaming men. I already read the first sentence, and I see we're blaming men with this one. Blaming men, this whole thing is men's fault. As if women have no blame at all in the dating climate that we see. Okay. Many good men get passed up every day. I could just read the first sentence and get the gist of the paragraph. Oh, more covert feminist nonsense. Okay, I can't take much more of this. This is just... we got more to go! Okay. I'm trying to speed this up as much as I can because the responses to this article here have been something too that I want to go over. And already I spent 2 hours reading this. That was shocking. Do you want to know what will fix the dating problems in society? Do you want to know what the solution to that would be, Catherine? Do you want to know? Step 1, we get rid of divorce court and alimony. Second, we put dating and marriage back into its proper realm, being the church. And 3, men will not marry whores. That's how he fixed this. It's simple, but it's a start. Okay, I don't have a problem with this paragraph, actually. I see some buzzwords, but as somebody who is Orthodox, I understand what she means by honest, chaste, and honors the Trinity, and is oriented towards the kingdom. I understand what she means by that. I can define that really quick. So, honest, in this context, is you do not deceive each other, as in, there's a lot of things the modern woman does that to deceive her husband. One is having a separate bank account as a fallout, quote unquote. Usually this one is secret. Chaste, as in, both of them are virgins and wait till marriage and are able to deny themselves during fasting periods. Honors the Holy Trinity. That one's simple. They go to church, albeit that is the start, and they raise their children to be Orthodox, and is oriented towards the kingdom. Similar, but then with that, you teach your kids how to honor the Trinity, and their kids to honor the Trinity. It's ongoing. But I wouldn't describe... I'm really not a big fan of this right here. It's a martyrdom. No, martyrdom means you die for your faith. That's what martyrdom means. You sacrifice. Both people, man and woman, sacrifice in a marriage. But they don't become martyrs. Let's see. Yeah, no shit, these problems exist. Yeah, I agree, Dusty. I agree. Again, knowing the previous screeds you went on, I think this is mainly directed towards saying, men need to be better. Men need to be better. Okay. But define organic opportunity. That seems to be harder every day. Also, what weird red pill approaches? I agree, Dusty. Catherine does need to repent with a hard R. But what weird red pill approaches? Again, another common thing throughout this article is that she doesn't define her fucking terms. Okay, gonna skip that one. I think... Ooh, actually no, not gonna skip that one. We're gonna answer her question. I'm not waiting for a perfect partner. I'm mainly looking for a virgin woman. A good virgin woman. That's what I want as a virgin man. We're not gonna be perfect people going into the marriage or the relationship. But one of the teachings of the church, actually, is that marriage helps people become better. But knowing what you want, Catherine, seems like you are waiting for, Virgin Chad to drop from the sky. Okay, we're finally almost done. True, but again, I think there's a reason why St. Paul, in his letter to Timothy, in his first letter to Timothy, said in 2:12. This is kind of why.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That was fucking painful. Holy shit. Even just reading it in our heads, guys. That was fucking painful. Whew. And we're not done yet. We're far from done. I'll be right back, though. Then we'll get into a bit of a palate cleanser, kind of. Yo, Saltanar, what's up, man? How are ya? I just got back from getting my drink. So, let's see. Let's scroll up. Prevent your church from getting corrupted by feminism. You know what happened with my fellows, with Margot Adler using Wicca with a strong feminist lens. I am aware of that, Rexus. Wicca is entirely a feminine religion. Oh my goodness, Enoch! Anyways, so while I was away, Saltanar, I wrapped up reading this really shitty article by a covert feminist trying to subvert the Orthodox Church. She failed, as they always do. But basically, some observations that I had while reading it myself. Basically, yeah, she, boy, where to begin? Where to fucking begin? She tries dressing up her feminist nonsense with truisms about the church. I mean, you know, that is true, right? That's what a truism is. It's using something that is true to promote something false. She's using a bunch of truisms to try to insert messages of feminism, and also there was, I think there might have been something about, you know, when women are in their prime, something. I could look that up in the article. It was a fucking drag to read. Okay, no, it's not in there. Might have been edited in there. Oh yeah, I'm also gonna scroll through this to see. Okay. Oh, she has made edits to this. Look, if we scroll back up, the top reasons were she did edit this. I was right in keeping the archived version of this up. Because now, she added 2 Ortho Bro and Extreme. Wow. Let's address that, actually. So, if you don't know what an Ortho Bro is, well, basically, it's kind of yours truly. Somebody who is a young man, we'll say around like 18 to 30, and who is also a recent convert to the Orthodox Church. That's basically what Ortho Bro means. And a lot of us young guys, we, No, I didn't, Hina. Don't lie. Anyways. Oh, okay. Sorry, I completely misread that. I'm sorry, Enoch, for exploding at you. I thought, I didn't know you were responding to Rexus's, I did not know you were responding to Rexus, Enoch. I'm sorry. Yeah, but basically, again, doesn't define any of this right here. She doesn't define any of this. Oh, looks like you can edit stuff in Substack after all. Yeah, the reason why she edited this is because she was getting extreme backlash from the guys who read this article in the age groups that she's bitching about. All because... And now we're actually gonna go over how this caused a scandal and what we did to... Basically how the Orthodox Church responded to it. So, what happened was after this article was written, of course it would naturally cause a reaction of guys reading the article and saying, this is just a bunch of bullshit, which it was, trying to use a bunch of truisms about the church and trying to interslice feminist nonsense in it. But basically, what happened after was there was a guy who she was talking to, right? You know, they were trying to, like, get something going. As it turns out, and I do think the fault lies on both the guy and Catherine. I'm not gonna say who the guy is, but, basically, Catherine decided to send some suggestive photos. It started, with more in tighter clothing, gym stuff, and then went to more not appropriate things. Unfortunately, I have seen the images against my will. I was not seeking any of this out. Neither should you. At the same time, it's important to acknowledge, both of the people are in sin here. The woman for making and sending the photos with the intention of provoking lust, and the guy for, encouraging the behavior. Basically it. That's how the scandal started, but in a way, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. I don't think you should be doing that, but I could see why somebody would want to expose this information. And so ultimately what happened was she felt like, she was actually really trying to seduce an Orthodox man. And exactly, Dusty, you don't fucking do that. You don't try to seduce somebody. That is not, no. You don't do that. That's not courtship at all. For all her talk about courtship, she's a fucking hypocrite. Not to mention she has her own baggage from past relationships too. So it's all so cringe and gay. It's all so cringe and gay. I think that's enough context for this as well. I want to get onto a bit of a palate cleanser, just something we could all get angry about. So, I remember seeing this recently, a few days back. Alex Cooper from the Call Me Daddy podcast announces that she is pregnant and expecting her first baby with Matt Kaplan. Huh. Who are these two people? Huh? What does the music imply? Huh. It's almost like there's many things that are true about this. You could be a raging whore, like Alex Cooper on the Call Me Daddy podcast, and then marry a toucan and have his kid. You know that podcast where it's all about women sharing their sexual degeneracy online? That Call Me Daddy podcast. And let's see, this isn't hypocrisy, by the way. Call Her Daddy was built on the understanding that modern society incentivizes women to sleep around and ensures they could pivot into married life fairly easily later on. Feminists and girl dads types have bulldozed the social consequences of promiscuity. Indeed. Now you're probably asking, what does this have to do with the article we just read? Well, I could give you the answer to that. The answer is there's a lot of weak fathers out there. A lot of weak fathers. That is very much true. But also, the fact that there's always going to be some fucking simp to bail a woman out of her bad choices. That is also a fact, too. That is also a very real phenomenon. There is all that... If we do not deal with the simp epidemic... Actually, it's more like a pandemic now. Nothing about the dating issues will be solved. It is the simps who incentivize the whores to be whores. Okay. Next, are we gonna read this whole fucking thing? No, we're not gonna read... Oh, actually, this is just mostly images. Okay. So, Lauren Southern, notable conservative feminist, decided to write her own little piece about the situation that's going on in a sphere of Christianity she's not even a part of. But because birds of a feather flock together, or feminists of blue hair flock together, she decided to write this. Be in the world, but not of the world, is perhaps one of the most difficult callings for those who consider themselves religiously Christian. And nowhere does that tension seem more visible right now than in modern sexuality and the collapse of gender relations online. Oh, wow. Wow, already we're starting off with bullshit. So, Lauren Southern, you would consider yourself to be religiously Christian. You seem to flaunt that a lot. But you have fancied for destiny. Talk about being of the world. You wanted to sleep, or probably have slept with destiny. Remember that. That this bitch finds destiny attractive. Remember that. Blah, blah, blah. We just read that. Pieces of three-part exploration of modern dating within the Orthodox Church. Ooh. 3 parts. I didn't see 3 parts. It wasn't organized in part 1, part 2, and part 3. Oh! Oh! Now we're getting into some good shit. So, one woman known online as Amy the Artist. Yeah, she took out the Orthodox cross in her bio. Just thought I should let you know that. Oh, wait a second. So, Catherine, you were not telling the truth the whole time. This wasn't you who was saying, you know, that he would never marry a woman unwilling to a completely natural home birth. That wasn't you who was asking the question. That was somebody else. You collaborated with somebody else on this shitty research paper of yours. And again, I'm mainly just going to be trying to dunk Lauren Southern here, too. Yeah, exactly, Enoch. Lauren Southern is somebody you should not be listening to, especially anything regarding Christianity. Right. Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention too, on the topic of poor hygiene. It could be that his facial, you know, might be his facial hair isn't the most kempt. But in Orthodoxy, a lot of men prefer to grow their beards, and if you're a monk, you will be growing out a beard. Oh my goodness. Good tip of advice, Enoch. Really, it's more or less, you know, it's one thing for her to talk about how the faith has improved her life and just how she's grateful for God and all that, right? It's another thing for a woman to teach. Let's make that distinction. It's one thing to discuss about the faith, right? It's another thing to teach. Oh, yeah, fairly mild. Oh, yeah, okay, so Lauren is going to be shitting on Ubi here. Ubi Petrus is somebody you should be following. Very based guy. Let's see. So Lauren Southern thinks the mild advice of "it's all men's fault," and no man wants to marry me. Somebody who has sent her photos around, we'll put it like that. And you know, of course, I'm talking about Catherine here. Right. Hell, even the Catholics had issues with this. Like, again, this was such a scandal that Christians of other denominations decided to tag in and try to rip on her. Rightfully so. No, don't worry, Rexus. I know this already. I know that already. Yeah, more often than... Oh! Oh! Oh, no. Okay, phew. Okay, good. Glad we're not gonna be seeing those photos. Lauren Southern, if you fucking posted those pictures on here trying to take people down who would read this live on stream, you are a vindictive bitch. Well, I mean, you already are, but if you did that, then that would be especially vindictive. And no, the anonymous account was somebody who was actually trying to date Catherine. Again, we're not gonna be reading this whole thing. Okay, thank you for censoring it. Okay. So this is the account that posted everything, and this is just the post right here. But holy shit, if that was the lightest of just her in a bikini, that was the lightest. No, I don't want to see how bad it truly was. Oh, man. You see, this is just saying a whole bunch of nothing right here. And no, I think this was inevitable. Granted, I don't necessarily agree with this guy leaking the pictures in the first place. Again, I have to preface that. At the same time, I don't think that's the reason why. I have a feeling he dodged a bullet there, and it's like, oh shit, this bitch is back in the spotlight again. Yeah, I'm going to talk about my own personal experiences with her and warn other men not to be near her. But again, I just see this whole article from Lauren Southern as a bunch of fucking clucking hens saying, oh, no, men need to do better. Yeah, no, I don't fucking buy that. I don't fucking buy that one bit. That, this was the response. And also, this is John doing his due diligence, actually. Trying to send it to his church. And this isn't the first time that Catherine has done something like this. No, yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I just don't think I think if he did want to post the pictures, I think he should have censored them at least. I really didn't want to see her in a bikini. But again, framing. Guys, you guys are gonna learn a little something about framing here. Look at this paragraph right here. This is all you need to know about Lauren Southern and how she's going about all this. Now, do I think that, you know, John should repent? Yeah, I mean, I don't think you should be sharing, you know, pictures that were private or whatnot without major censorship. But, gee whiz. But we have the Catholics joining in. And of course, Lauren Southern, a feminist, who's just gonna be like, if you're not with her, then you blah 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 blah. You see how I'm going about this? I can't even take this remotely seriously. I just fucking can't. I can't even be bothered to read the words that are being displayed to my thousands of eyes. This is just a bunch of henpecking. And it doesn't even get, just even reading this right now, it doesn't even seem like it gets to, like, the root of the problem, which is the woman, which is Catherine. She's the root of the problem. She wrote this shitty fucking article all because she can't, like, she was unable to seduce men in her church. That's what happened. But let's see what Ubi Petrus has to say. Your stance on the situation with Catherine reveals whether you're a woman with a high body count, whether you're a woman who sent nudes, whether you're a man who's married to a woman described by 1 and 2. Oh man, there has been so much boomer cuckservative nonsense that boomers have been spouting about this. And I'm glad that there's been pushback to every single one. There's still pushback to this day. And then also something else too. Something else that John wrote. Catherine's article is back on Substack. Here's some of the things she wrote while sexting pictures of her butt, boobs, and vagine. It seems the real issue for Catherine is that men are consuming pornography of women who are not her. Yeah. Indeed. I can actually agree with that. Yep. Sorry, didn't mean to have my water bottle match my control key. Oh yeah, this guy. Again, you shouldn't be sent, and again, he did commit a sin regarding sending private pictures of Catherine to a friend. I agree that's a sin. But let's actually read what he has to say. That's what we do here on the Kreemsicle channel. We're not reading anything that Lauren Southern has to write because we already know what her approach is if you've been anything involved in the warband. To all Orthodox dating discourse enjoyers, look, before anyone calls this gossip, this is not gossip when it serves as a warning to others. I'm not claiming any innocence here. Oh, wow! He takes accountability, Lauren! He's taking accountability for the sin that he committed. Wow! But Catherine needs to be put in her place. After reading her full Substack article, it's clearly why it's dangerous for the community. She pulled 41 women who rated church dating 4.2 out of 10 and blamed men for poor hygiene, weak social skills, immaturity, orthobro rigidity, porn addiction, ghosting, and preferring younger or foreign women. The whole piece is deflection. She's extremely rude to men and ghosted another guy across the country on a meetup in Florida. Her real problem has nothing to do with the article, and it's a complete deflection from it being her fault. Last spring and summer, while I was flat on my back, bedridden from a muscle injury, she and I started talking a lot. What began as a normal conversation quickly turned into her sending gym pictures that got progressively more revealing, then nudes while we were talking sexually. I tried to pump the brakes, but when she asked, "Are you sure?" I allowed it and gave into the temptation she kept pushing. That's a man taking accountability for his actions. She's nothing like the Asunder, what's up? She's nothing like the pious traditional woman she claims to be in that piece. It's straight post-wall feminist hell, pure trash. She doesn't live for a second. The whole thing is a false narrative from a complete hypocrite. Stay the hell away from her, and someone needs to tell her priest it's time to ban her from the internet. I agree. Right, I agree. But sometimes this is just how like some guys are, especially, you know, Lauren. You're not a man, you wouldn't know this. You know, many guys, it's like they do try to think about, you know, pumping the brakes before they sin, especially when it comes to sexual sin. But Wright is admitting that he fell into sin in the first place, in the very beginning of this, and you're choosing to ignore it. And oh no, you're being extremely fucking sardonic right here. And then, oh, this is the kind of moral reasoning that sounds like a Dennis Reynolds subplot from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Again, he did commit a sin. I don't deny that. He probably committed a few. He admits to doing so. And is most likely repented for it. I see. I like Young Penitent, but I think he's wrong here. But it was Lauren, but it was Eve who ate the apple and tried to pin the blame on Adam, and Adam took the fall for it.
What the hell is this?
Okay, I know we're just largely scrolling through this for the sake of trying to rip on Lauren Southern wherever we can, because Lauren Southern's not Orthodox, and she too is a ran-through whore. It just, you know, sometimes she says things we might agree with. But she is absolutely a grifter at the highest caliber. Again, she wanted to sleep with Destiny while she was still married. Don't know why one would want to sleep with Destiny, out of all people. Yeah, okay. More henpecking. More henpecking. Oh, Vader! This guy follows me. Follow him too. This is what accountability looks like. What you did was mean. Good. For far too long, men have been ridiculed, taken advantage of, falsely accused of horrendous crimes, told how worthless we are, etc., etc. Nah, we're done with this shit. Welcome to the real world, feminists. Yeah, you know what we say about women and accountability, right? She's a B-I-E-I-O. What does that mean, Rexus? What does that mean? She did it for her fan base boost. Yes, this article, just like Catherine's article, is just preaching to the choir. Her whole, you know, a lot of the reactions she got from her fans were like, oh, wow, these ortho bros are so mean. They don't want any, they have never felt the touch of a woman in their whole lives. You know, the shit that leftists try to tell me. Specifically with a, you know, a rainbow flag or a flag with baby blue and bright, you know, bright blue, bright pink and white in the middle. But yeah, this is taking accountability. And yes, this has absolutely caused infighting in Orthodox communities. And now he's trying to engage this Luke guy is trying to engage in cancel culture. And cancel culture in itself is a sin. No, he did not commit a crime. If you've seen the context of the message, he did not commit a crime. This is, people don't know the legal system in this country. What happened would not constitute as revenge porn. Probably. Oh, Lauren Southern? You don't think Catherine will read this? Fucking course she'd read this. Fucking course. It's an old rural stand-in slang for bitch without being offensive. I see. Blah 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 blah. Feminist screeding. Blah 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 blah.
Won't you may?
You gotta be fucking kidding me. You see why I'm kind of glad I didn't really go through all this, because it's just so retarded. It's so retarded. But continuing on with all this, we have somebody who does follow me, Nectarius. Imagine being a young man, living in a post-enlightenment, post-feminist society, seeking deeper fulfillment in your life by turning to Christ and his church, just to get browbeat by the very issue you're seeking to avoid. Genuinely, this is the whole synopsis of the dating debate. Yeah, I agree. One of the reasons why I went to the Orthodox Church is that it wasn't having these specific issues. I was more likely to find somebody who was actually a good fit for me, and the values that I'm actually trying to aspire towards. I don't expect perfection, and I don't think she should be expecting perfection from a guy she meets either. However, like I have to repeat myself again, people become better in marriage. That is something that the saints talk about. It's retarded with the one who argued against it was damaged by the by the volume of zinc that she received kneeling. Okay, we're gonna read through one more series of X posts. It's from Rachel Wilson, wife of Andrew Wilson. And then we have another article we're gonna read. And this time, I'm actually gonna read it, because this one is written by somebody who actually knows what he's talking about. Shocking! Because he's a man. We've seen the pattern over and over of single female converts creating social media accounts to constantly complain that they didn't immediately get the Chad Christian husband they thought came with their post-Hot Girl Summer convert starter pack. And yes, there is a post from Catherine talking exactly about 6 figures is kind of low where I'm at. Yeah, that kind of gave away the fact that you're a feminist. For everybody who read that post. Because feminism is the dominant social construct, people feel extremely comfortable criticizing young men and telling them what they need to do to get a wife. Everyone is terrified of giving young women similar advice. Why? Because it's socially punishable. Ask me how I know. But this is extremely damaging to everyone, most of all the women themselves. There's a flood of women who were damaged by modern liberal sexual liberation and boss girl pop culture coming to the church. They've seen the light, and this is a good thing. But what happens next? What does happen next? I wonder. Well, I think Rachel, unlike Catherine, is actually able to answer her own fucking questions. They think that if they put on a floral dress, hang some icons, and put a cross in their bio, that their life is going to magically become a fairy tale where Christian Chad swoops them up, marries them, pays their bills, and takes care of everything while they bake sourdough bread. Yep. That's something too. Men, as a collective, men like debt-free virgins without tattoos. The meme is still true. Just because it's a meme doesn't mean it's not true. One criticism of the tradwife fad that I agree with is that it misrepresents the real world life of wives and mothers. Being a good wife and a mother is a very thankless and selfless endeavor. Sure, it pays huge dividends over the course of your life, but it's not easy bliss. Shocking! It's almost like you actually need to be involved in the lives of your kids. I'm constantly advocating for motherhood and for women to learn how to be submissive wives because it's God's plan for us and it's the most beneficial way of life over women. However, it comes with hard work and sacrifice. It comes with humility and repentance. I guarantee that it was Andrew who had to browbeat this into Rachel. Most stereotypes and memes exist for a reason, because they're true. The left-wing memes, no, they're not true. They're bullshit. They're subversions. Especially if you're a woman who lived a modern, promiscuous life before converting. You're going to be doing a lot of deep reflection and difficult self-examination to root out the negative habits and thought patterns that have been ingrained into you. It's painful. It sucks. And yeah, no, Rachel was not a perfect woman, and Andrew was not a perfect man. They both had, Andrew married a single mother. I know that's something us in the manosphere rip on a lot. But Rachel decided to get her act together. And originally I think the two were Protestant. They're converts as well, Andrew and Rachel. They're converts. And I've known a few people who were not perfect going in, obviously I don't think any of us converts are perfect people going into the faith. I'm sure as hell not. But then it's like you start to learn how to be a better person. And again, and I'm sure some of the people I know would say this too. It's like, yeah, like just because you might find people like me, and referring to like some of my friends, but that doesn't mean you have to date someone like me in a similar circumstance. And I'm just like, holy shit, somebody gets it. I don't want to date or marry a single mother. That's not in the cards for me. I don't want to be a cuckold in my own relationship. Continuing on, this is something that all of us have to learn to do when we become Orthodox. As Father Turbo says, I love that guy, he's based. You will soon find out the problem is you. But modern society and culture programs women to dodge accountability, shift blame, see themselves as inherently innocent and altruistic. I mean, that is part of female nature, Rachel. I mean, I think you even know this too. Happens with even the best of women. They don't even realize this. When a woman does something immoral, deceptive, or nasty, the impulse on her part and most of the people around her is to come up with a reason, and why it's actually a man's fault. Some man didn't lead her properly or let her down. She has trauma, etc., etc. In some ways, this is natural because women are the weaker sex. We cannot use force to defend ourselves or get what we want, so we usually resort to things like gossip and reputation destruction as a type of soft force. There's a lot of statistical proof behind this, in fact. Hey, yo, Raisin, how you doing? In the blender with me? In the blender? Yeah, I know, Henoch, I know. And I think Rachel would agree with that. Women on average receive 30% lighter sentences than men do for the exact same crimes. Women are 40% more likely to receive probation only than jail time for the same crimes as men. HR departments notoriously favor women in workplace disputes. Why does this matter? Because women do things like create and distribute their own pornography that come to the church to escape the repercussions of those choices. We cannot react by giving them a free pass that we would never give to young men coming into the church. again, when that whole Nala Ray situation was breaking out, like, I was getting a lot of flack back in 2024, you know, because I was calling her an unrepentant whore, and I still think that's the case to this day. Like what happened with Nala, right? She, you know, when she came to Christ, she immediately started a fucking ministry. How is that not, like, what a grifter would do? Like, again, I see this problem. Why did the music stop? Oh, never mind. Just the interim. Anyways, sorry about that. But in my mind, it's like, I think a lot of, like, Protestants and non-denominationals are far too welcoming, but it seems like this is a problem among all sects of Christianity. Catholicism and Orthodoxy included. Some people are far too welcoming, and they don't want to do any sort of, like, proving grounds of any kind to see if somebody is actually interested in joining the church, or if they're just trying to grift. Obviously, this is terribly unfair to young men and creates bitterness and resentment in them, rightfully so. But it's also terrible for the women. How are female converts supposed to learn humility or repentance if they're always excused no matter how bad their behavior is? I'm alarmed that even some of the elderly men and clergy in our church rush to defend women's behavior no matter how destructive and immoral it is. Even if they do hold the woman accountable, they will inevitably find a way to make men at least equally accountable. That's the thing. When it comes to, like, sin, right? You repent for different sins in different ways. It's still repentance. Don't get me wrong, it's still repentance. But the way you go about it, depending on what you did, is very different. Damn, Raisin, why'd you do that? Yeah, that is one thing. Honesty does help with that. If you... Honesty and earnesty. They gotta be paired when it comes to penance. Even when we see a female convert publicly shaming men for looking at pornography while privately sending nudes, lewds, and sexual messages or phone calls to Orthodox men, the concern is immediately the welfare of the woman and immediate condemnation of the men involved. If we found out one of our Orthodox men was selling drugs to fellow Orthodox men, would we protect the man dealing the drugs and only condemn the men consuming it? Of course not! What if he was publicly denouncing drug users as problematic while doing this? Would he be protected? So that's exactly what Catherine was doing. She was denouncing the behavior while participating in the production of said material that would lead to the behavior. Oh, just another reason why modern dating's a humiliation ritual. You might find a good woman, but then you find out she's been sending nudes and lewds to other guys. And you wasted your time. That's the most valuable resource you have as a man, is your time. Yeah, a lot of them don't. How often do they go to confession? I'd actually like to learn how to go to confession, if I'm being honest. Certainly not. My point is that the double standards harm both men and women. If Orthodox women are adults who have agency and we trust them with having social media accounts, then there's nothing wrong with holding them accountable if they are engaging in immoral, deceptive, damaging behavior on those accounts. If men are contributing or co-conspiring in that behavior, then they should be held accountable. But they should not become the scapegoat for the woman. And she should not be publicly shielded and protected from criticism while the men are thrown under the bus. This is unjust and blatantly unfair. I also feel like this is a very reasonable common sense take that will be received with anger and judgment, and I will probably be personally attacked for making this thread. I don't care. I'm used to it at this point. I'm one of the only people, especially one of the only women, who's willing to point out these obvious truths, and so be it. I'll take heat for that. There's some good comments in here. It's been 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since I've been a slut. Isn't the achievement they think it is? You reject. Good one, Cobra. Good one. Take the camera away and give an apron. They should learn how to make noodles. They should not be sending nudes. They should be sending noodles, as in pasta, spaghetti, rigatoni, ravioli, cavatappi. Come on, guys, help me out here. Help me out here, I'm forgetting the names of pasta. Anyways, let's keep reading some of them. I've been saved for 12 minutes now. When do I get a 6'4" multimillionaire Christian husband? Alright, fettuccine. Christian husband, built like a Viking warrior who doesn't sub to OF, doesn't DM other women, and he's going to be loyal to me and accept that I am as pure as the Virgin Mary, even though I made some mistakes and let 42 men string me along and use me for sex. Fucking hilarious comment right there. In the words of Pete Hegseth, give them more noodles. Well, actually, Rexus, the line is, give them more lobster. Well, Pete is chugging a bunch of Corbel. Let's see. The saddest part is most of these girls could actually get married if they stopped wagging their fingers at smelly, socially awkward losers in their parish and actually talked to, stop wagging their fingers at smelly, socially awkward losers in their parish and actually talked to and got to know them. This should... Dude, Raisin, VTubers and cooking. I'm probably the exception to the rule, but every time I see it, I've seen a fellow VTuber try to cook, they nearly burned their apartment down. Rima Evenstar. Yeah, Sarah's also right. What about the ones who go to liturgy one time, wear a veil, and post their pictures in front of the icons all over social media? Also a problem, too. Hey, where's my gabagool? Yeah, Rima can't cook. She needs a man. Yeah, Rima could use a man. I don't know where the fuck she's from. It's obvious that she's Eastern European. I don't know where the fuck she's from, though. If I were to take a guess, Romania? Her accent sounds like Romanian to me. Alrighty, my sticks. We got one more article here, and it's written by a man, so you know it's gonna actually be good. Of course, I need to take another sip. So this is from Patristic Bill. Follow him on Twitter. Make some Kino posts. Also says the N-word, based. The lonely Orthodox man and the performance of modern faith. There is something deeply revealing about the way modern society reacts to men who sincerely seek God. Responsibility and shame seems to only fall on one sex. Let's get started. Okay, we gotta close this out first. A man can reject pornography, casual sex, hedonism, nihilism, consumerism, and the endless dopamine cycle of modernity. He could begin praying daily, fasting, attending liturgy, trying to discipline himself and orient his life towards Christ, and somehow even then, people still feel the need to mock him. It is as though modern culture can tolerate every form of degeneracy except repentance of men who want a real return to traditionalism. Recently, a prominent female recent convert to Orthodoxy account on X gained notoriety through controversial posts surrounding dating, money, and relationships. What initially drew attention was not simply the content itself, but the growing suspicion among many Orthodox Christians that something about the persona felt artificial, performative, provocative, and almost engineered to inflame division. As some black woman writes, 100K is not rich, sad, Lamau. Then Catherine replies with the, yeah, 100K is low for West Coast, to be honest.
What the hell is this?
Counter.
Do you know how the average income of somebody in the West Coast? It's not 100K, Chica. It's not 100K. And division is exactly what followed. Predictably, the sharks circled immediately. Woke Orthodox, Protestant polemicists, anti-Orthodox accounts, cynical atheists, and online spectators all rushed towards the spectacle like blood in the water. The entire episode became less about Christ and more about internet theater. But the real issue is not one woman. The deeper issue is what reveals about modern orthodoxy online, particularly the treatment of men. If I made 100K, I'd be living comfortably, says Asunder Cobra. I wouldn't doubt that. I wouldn't doubt that. The average is poverty line because the West Coast is poor. The only poor is the southern U.S. I wonder which subsect of the population makes up for the majority of poor people, though. I wonder what racial group. And then we might answer as to why that's the case. Anyways, orthodoxy is not an aesthetic. One of the strangest developments of the internet age is watching people discover a 2,000-year-old faith and immediately begin speaking as though there are authorities within it after 6 months. In this case, with the figure I discussed above. I am no expert of theology. Don't come looking at me for theology. I keep having to say that because there's like an expectation in the Christian creator community, which I'm kind of a part of. I'm friends with a lot of people in it, and I'm a Christian myself who makes content on the internet, but I'm not in that specific niche. But basically, it's like I'm expected. It's like I'm expected to talk about apologetics. It's like, are you fucking high? Are you fucking high? I'm a recent convert. What kind of authority do I have to be teaching people? Well, really anything about the faith beyond, beyond the bare minimum of. Jesus Christ rose from the dead and trampled death. I can speak on matters of theology, but not for my own faith. Yeah. But it's like, seriously, they expect I will say it has kind of annoyed me that it's like, there's an expectation that I'm supposed to be some sort of expert apologist, but I prefer to refer people English, motherfucker, do I speak it? I prefer to refer people to others who actually know what they're talking about. Like Jay Dyer, or Andrew Wilson, or Ben Luigi. Let's see. The modern convert ecosystem often rewards confidence over humility. Social media incentivizes outrage, controversy, hot takes, and pseudo-intellectual authority. True, in many cases, orthodoxy becomes asceticized. Icons, incense, veils, quotes from the saints rigid online personas, all detached from the actual spirit of repentance. It's like medical advice. Talk to your doctor, or in this case, talk to a priest. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you hear any strange theology from somebody you're listening to, you know, especially if you're Orthodox or whatnot, it's like, talk to your priest. He's your spiritual father, not the apologist. As Saint Ignatius Brian Canov. That's a long name. My apologies to the saint. As he warned, pride and self-opinion are the death of the soul. Ooh. That's interesting to note. The Christian life is not built upon performance. It is built upon humility, obedience, silence, repentance, prayer, and struggle against the passions. I wish more people would talk about what the passions mean, because the passions in itself means a whole lot, but also not much at the same time. 'Tis be a mystery, albeit not a holy mystery. The music in the background is soothing. It's good old Kmart wave. And yet online, many people approach orthodoxy as a new ideological identity to weaponize against others. You should try your best to disregard. Not this advice. This advice is actually really sound. As you start learning more, you really shouldn't be weaponizing orthodoxy at all. It's not a weapon. The reality many Orthodox men face. What bothered me most about the recent discourse surrounding Orthodox dating was not criticism itself, but the complete lack of sympathy towards the actual conditions many men are navigating. Big time bingo!
It do be like that, Mr. Stancil.
Mm-hmm. Bingo! No woman really wants to be honest about the conditions that we're living in. They really don't. It's like, they always come up with some form of like, not all women, but it's just like, yeah, we know that already. But that doesn't reduce or negate anything that we've said. There are countless young men entering Orthodoxy today because they are spiritually starving, myself included. Many came from atheism, many came from pornography addiction, many came from broken homes, many came from nihilism and loneliness, and yet they found something real in the church. They found structure, prayer, fasting, meaning, responsibility, silence, transcendence. I need to get a sip of water. My voice is starting to get a little dry. For the first time in their lives, many of these men are genuinely trying to become better human beings, likewise looking for women on the same path. But even inside Christian spaces, they're often treated with suspicion or ridicule simply for existing awkwardly. That's something else too. As somebody who's on the autism spectrum, I have a feeling someone like Catherine would hate my guts. Truly hate my guts, because if I were to approach her, and I start talking Guilty Gear, because it's kind of a default I have, and she'd be like, ew, gross. Happened before. Dusty's not a Fed, Raisin. Dusty's not a Fed. If he was, well, I'd be demanding millions of dollars from him. That's what would happen. I'd be demanding, yeah, sure, I'd love to use $10 million on just firearms. Yeah, right. I won't give a lot of that money to the church. I won't give the majority of that money to the church and then retire. No, I won't do that. I'll obey your government mind control manipulation. Totally. Modern society has produced socially isolated men on a massive scale. Studies across the West continue to show rising male loneliness, declining socialization, collapsing marriage rates, and increasing isolation among many young adults. among young adults. Men today report having fewer close friendships, fewer relationships, and less community than previous generations. This crisis did not appear overnight. We created a civilization that dissolved community, desacralized relationships, mocked masculinity, atomized society, and replaced real human connection with algorithms. Then we act shocked when young men enter church socially damaged, and some proceed to write divisive articles about how they're dirty, unattractive, and don't meet their standards. Here's the thing. Why do people go to the Orthodox Church? And I'm asking this to Catherine. Not you, Bill. This is excellent so far. This is a really excellent article. But I'm asking this to Catherine. If she's somehow even watching this, not likely. So, to Catherine and women like her, why do young men like myself want to convert to Orthodoxy? Why do we want to enter the church? What is it that we seek? Not sure you'll have an actual answer to the question. And even if I were to give you an answer to the question, you'd dismiss me because I don't show my face. The church is a hospital, not a showcase. Orthodoxy is not meant to function as an exclusive social club for already polished people. The church is a hospital for the sick. Christ did not come for the perfected. He came for sinners. That does not mean men should neglect themselves. Quite the opposite. Men should absolutely work on themselves. I agree. I advise men to do the same thing. Improve yourself. And I'm trying my best to follow my own advice too. Men should absolutely work on themselves. Physically, spiritually, financially, emotionally. A man should train his body, maintain hygiene, develop discipline, pursue stability, and strive towards virtue. In fact, it's what I, Patristic Pill, live and breathe every day. Prayer, readings, weights, work, run, prayer, sleep. Liturgy every Sunday, and it's led me, leaving nihilism years ago and finding a woman. I gradually converted myself from outside the church. You
can't do that. She's probably 19 and
That's my impression of Catherine. That one who wrote the shitty article. So looks like Patristic Bill here is one of the people who met a decent Protestant woman, and he converted her to Orthodoxy. Praise be to God! Praise be to God! But the framing matters. There's a difference between encouraging growth and humiliating struggling people publicly for engagement. The spirit of Christianity is corrective, not contemptuous. As St. John Chrysostom wrote, "Do not scorn a man for failing. Help him rise." Based. Very based. Why many men struggle to find Orthodox wives. The reality is that finding a spouse inside Orthodoxy can genuinely be difficult, especially in diaspora communities. Like the Greeks. Again, the Greeks don't innately hate me or whatnot, but naturally they have every right to be skeptical of my intentions of why I'm here. It's like they see the fact that I have curly hair, and that's not really a thing among Greeks. They notice other little ethnic details of my bloodline and the tone of my skin, right? I'm not full white. I'm part Iranian and I'm part Jewish. And yes, Jews are not white. But they notice that, and naturally, rightfully so, they're a bit suspicious of me. But also, it's just like, when I start talking to people, it's like, I do naturally get nervous, but it's like, I want to learn. That's something I was telling people in my church. Is like, I want to learn. I want to actually follow through with this. I think this is where Christ is trying to lead me to. Some are heavily ethnic. Some have major many parishes are small. Some are heavily ethnic. Some have major language barriers. Some simply have very few young people. This is particularly true outside traditionally Orthodox countries. A young Orthodox man in America, UK, or Australia may attend liturgy faithfully for years and still meet very few single women within his parish life. This creates frustration, isolation, and increasingly unhealthy online dependence, where people begin treating X or Telegram like matchmaking platforms. This is a terrible substitute for real life. The solution, however, is not despair. Keep that in note. Absolutely keep this in note. Do I have a button that represents kind of what I'm feeling right now?
This party's getting crazy.
Yeah, you said it, Dante. Nor is it obsessively hunting for the mythical perfect Orthodox girl online. A lot of them seeking attention from men online often have a lot of their own baggage that's unresolved. If it's too good to be true, she probably is. So go out there and meet women who are open to women and begin a long process of introducing orthodoxy through lived example. Women are often drawn less by theological debates and more by stability, conviction, peace, leadership, discipline, and authenticity. So when someone like Patristic Bill says stability, he's talking about not what Catherine is saying what stability is, but being stable as a man. Stoicism. Being stable. You are a rock. As a man, you are a rock. You do not let the crashing waves influence where you stand. You are stable. But yeah, I also agree, Dusty. You're not gonna just be doing that to like random women. But hey, living by example doesn't hurt. If she has a problem with that, she'll likely be a garbage mother. Also true. Many women today have experienced chaos, unserious men, emotional instability, hookup culture, and broken relationships. A man genuinely trying to live a disciplined Christian life already stands apart from much of modern culture. Hey, night Raisin, you have a good one. And I guess to add on to that, I just don't think the chaos that the modern woman goes through will be conducive of making a good wife and mother. And this is where the phrase often associated with orthodoxy becomes important. Come and see John 1:46. Sometimes the most powerful witness is not argumentation, but lived example. A woman may first become curious through the man himself, his habits, his peace, his seriousness, and then encounter the beauty of the church through liturgy, prayer, incense, icons, chants, and the spiritual depth of the orthodoxy preserves. This has happened countless times throughout history. A solution Orthodox men may need to consider. One reality many Orthodox men may need to accept, especially in countries where Orthodox populations are extremely small, is that they will likely marry outside the church initially and guide their future wife towards orthodoxy over time. Historically, Christianity itself spread largely throughout households, families, marriages, and personal witness. People encountered the faith through living examples before they encountered theology academically. There is nothing shameful about a man leading a woman towards Christ through the stability and seriousness of his own life. In many ways, it's noble. I agree, it absolutely is noble. However, then the issue becomes, will she listen? Because when you're marrying somebody who is outside of orthodoxy, especially if they're Protestant, they're gonna be a feminist. They just are. That's just how it is. Protestantism is, just churns out feminism. And yeah, obviously, I don't think, one would want to marry a Hindu anyways. Not because a woman becomes some project, but because salvation is ultimately communal. Christianity is not merely individual self-improvement, it is participation in bringing others towards truth. A man who genuinely embodies Orthodox life, prayer, discipline, responsibility, restraint, humility, leadership, naturally becomes attractive in a world filled with confusion and instability. Then it becomes your job, kind of, to basically separate the good ones from the filth. That's how I'd put it. Many women today are spiritually exhausted by modern culture, even if they cannot fully articulate it, or cannot articulate it fully. And contrary to internet stereotypes, most women are initially converted through arguments over counsel, are not initially converted through arguments over councils, canon law, or theological minutiae. They are moved first by example. Yes, that is correct. By leadership, by seriousness, by impulse control, by encountering something different. This is why the ancient Christian phrase, "come and see," remains so powerful. I gotta take another sip of water. Often, a woman first encounters orthodoxy through the man himself, and then the church completes what he could never accomplish alone. The beauty of liturgy, the chanting, the incense, the iconography, the rhythm of fasting and feasting. These things affect people deeply on a spiritual level, long before they can intellectually explain them. Already, I feel... Granted, I'm not, doing, the most hardcore of fasting, but I'm trying my damnedest here. I'm trying my best. And ever since after Lent, well, not the week after Lent, but the week after, I started to adopt my own little fasting rhythm, and I think it's been really helpful. Let's see. In a strange way, this is how orthodoxy has always spread, through witness before argument. And in the modern West, where authentic Christian masculinity has become increasingly rare, a serious Orthodox man living faithfully may become one of the strongest evangelistic forces without even realizing it. Indeed. I see the fact that a lot of Orthodox guys have families and children. This is before I was really considering orthodoxy, but I see it's like these people live the kind of life that I want to live. I want to try my best to follow their example, because I do want to have a family and I do want to have kids. Of course, discernment matters. A relationship cannot survive purely on potential, and a man should not compromise the faith itself for companionship. Also true. Of course, you need to looks max, quote unquote, to the best of your ability, but don't let it consume your every waking hour. Can improve your hair? Do it. Can get leaner? Do it. Can straighten and clean your teeth? Do it. Treat your body as a temple to be cleaned and made beautiful. Also true. Just don't let it become a pursuit of vanity, like clavicular. But men should also stop believing the internet fantasy that there exists someone perfect, untouched unicorn, Orthodox wife, waiting behind an anonymous X account, because it is common sense to be suspicious of a single young woman suddenly entering a male-dominated online space for attention. Also true. Also very true. Let's see. Real life is far more ordinary and often far more beautiful. Indeed. Indeed. The feminine desire for the sacred. One thing modern secular culture misunderstands is that women are often deeply spiritually sensitive. Unfortunately, when authentic spirituality disappears, people replace it with counterfeit spirituality. spirituality, astrology, manifestation culture, occultism, crystals, energy practices, pseudo-mysticism, and endless self-help rituals. Human beings are naturally orientated towards transcendence. Orthodoxy offers not shallow spirituality, but truth itself. And unlike many denominations, Orthodoxy has always deeply venerated holy women. The Orthodox Church honors Saint Mary of Egypt, look her up. Saint Olga of Kiev, look her up. Saint Fontini, look her up. And above all, the Theotokos, or in English, the Virgin Mary. The Church does not, albeit Theotokos is a title, not her name. The Church does not diminish women, it calls women and men towards holiness. Convert culture and online delusion. One dangerous trend online is watching converts become more invested in appearing Orthodox than actually becoming Orthodox. A woman posting constantly for attention while lamenting an inability to find relationships should itself raise questions. Landing dates is not a realistic issue for women. Let's see what Catherine has to say. People tell me to lower my standards when they are literally just Orthodox Christian, wants a family, doesn't do drugs, respects me, is kind to people. Of course, doesn't define anything of what she just wrote. Pretty common within her writing too. The internet rewards visibility, but spiritual life grows in hiddenness. Christ himself warned, beware of practicing your righteousness before other people to be seen by them. Matthew 6:1. A person endlessly cultivating online attention while presenting themselves as spiritually authoritative often reveals deeper instability underneath. Indeed. That's exactly what Catherine was doing. Teaching when she's not in any position to be teaching. And when explicit degeneracy becomes mixed with holy imagery, icons, or religious symbolism, it crosses into something darker, not merely embarrassing, but blasphemous. Indeed. Indeed. That is where many faithful Orthodox Christians rightfully draw the line. The last point I want to make, we need to hold firm against any blasphemy against Christ. Again, in the case of this young lost woman, Lord have mercy on us all, immorality, even involving a cross of Christ, I think that was a typo, should be highly condemned and shamed in order to be corrected. We deal with degrees of crimes by implementing a degree of punishment by the law. This is no different to defending our church and our Father's name/image. Final thoughts. Orthodox men should not despair. Interesting. For the more black-pilled in my audience, take heed. The modern world is deeply disordered. Dating is disordered. Community is disordered. Human relationships are disordered. The Bible told us all will be inverted by the end, and it is. But none of this changes the truth of Christ. Stop searching for perfect internet personalities. Stop building fantasies around online women. Stop treating social media as reality. So, okay, I see what you mean. But, again, I do have a bit of a problem with this line, because how many Orthodox young men do this specific behavior? That's what I'm wondering. Kinda wish he went into a bit more depth than that. It doesn't kill the article, mind you, just a bit of a nitpick I have. Stop building, and, oh yeah, go to liturgy, pray consistently, fast, train, work, become dependable, become calm, become disciplined, become spiritually serious, and let God handle the rest. The Christian life was never supposed to be easy. Well said. Absolutely well said. I'll be right back, and then I will go into more detail about my thoughts on this. Okie dokie, I am back. So, what are my thoughts on that article? I think it was a solid 9 out of 10. Really, the only things that prevented it from being a 10 out of 10 was just some minor nitpicks I had towards the end. But ultimately, I think another issue that a lot of people really don't want to address, it's like, you know, just because somebody was once a whore and repents, right, earnestly, that means that a faithful man, a virgin man of the church has to marry her. And I would disagree. I would disagree that he has to marry her. I disagree with that heavily. Again, ideally, God would want both partners to be virgins. And I wouldn't encourage a man to date and marry a non-virgin. I mean, if he's not a virgin himself, it's like, again, just, he should be using discretion. But I would definitely not encourage other virgin men to get with a non-virgin woman. That's only gonna end that's gonna be disastrous. As they tend to usually be. A lot of these former, porn stars, those types, they tend to really, ignore. They tend to ignore a whole bunch of, like, other factors. Ugh, it's all such a mess, man. Feminism just really did destroy everything. Out of all the psyops the Jews implemented in society, feminism was easily the most destructive. Now, some would say dating apps, but if it wasn't for feminism, we wouldn't have dating apps. That's the thing. One cannot exist without the other. Because if feminism wasn't a thing, then dating apps wouldn't exist either. There'd probably be some sort of laws against it, knowing how predatory and monetizable heavy they are. But yes, the, Match Group is made by Jews, and the dating apps associated with it are also made by Jews. That is also a fact. And that is completely fair, Rexus. That is completely fair. I am with you in that boat. I don't want things to end in divorce. So I'm trying my damnedest to do what the Lord tells me to do in regards to trying to find a good wife. It's both a thing in the Old and the New Testament, so... And oftentimes in this discussion, right, people like to bring in the book of Hosea or talk about the prophet Hosea when God asked him to marry Gomer, a prostitute. There's a reason why God gave him that trial. That was a trial that only really he could do. But that doesn't mean God wants us to marry prostitutes. That's not what that means at all. Only disingenuous retards think of it that way. It's so annoying, too. It's like, well, you should have no problems wanting to date a single mother, even though she's a Christian like you. But it's like, well... I don't want to raise another man's kid. That's not natural. Granted, some people, they do well in that environment, and I'm not gonna knock them for it. But I also don't like it when priests set young virgin guys up with single mothers. I think that's evil in its own right. Because he's he's expected to do everything, and most of the time the single mother is a vindictive, see you next Tuesday. Remember, I'm also streaming on Twitch, so I can't say what I actually want to say. But that is the case a lot of the times. I've read too many fucking horror stories about guys dating and marrying single mothers. You don't do that. There was a time where you could and not have your life destroyed, but we no longer live in that time. We no longer do. We live in a time where the law is so gynocentric that it's best not to even look at her. Don't even look at her for like a one-night stand. Don't do shit like that. Don't be sleeping around. That's cringing gay. Don't do anything like that. You gotta be able to control yourself. I get it. Hormones are raging through you. But that doesn't mean you need to stick it in a single mother. You just don't. Oh, man. Okay, looks like we got a bit of a bonus segment here, because why not? I just gotta see. I'm just reading through it, making sure there's no words Twitch would have a problem with. Let's see. Let's read through this. The Ugly Face of Dating. This is from Axe Angelo. Cool guy, I like him. I think he reposts some pretty weird things that I see on the timeline. But, you know, he is right about a lot of this stuff, though. The ugly face of dating. Hoflation and hypergamy have gotten out of control. In a just and good world, these women would not be allowed to take pictures or even leave the house being this hideous. And here's something that is actually pretty valid about the black pill perspective. So you see these women right here, right? And you see their standards. This is what these guys are what these women want, especially these two. Not sure about the last one. But these two, abso-fucking-lutely, every single one of these women would be absolutely wet for these guys. Guarantee it. But here comes the issue. Let's see. I actually gotta think of this for... I gotta think of a good example for a second. I gotta think of a... fuck. I gotta think of a, somewhat attractive female celebrity. That is not Sydney Sweeney. Okay? I guess Scarlett Johansson. Yeah, that's fine. This is a fine picture. And then, I don't know why I thought Scarlett Johansson. I think it's because of the Family Guy gag. A Joe Drake DVD, Scarlett Johansson, and Treasure from a Fish Tank. But then you got like women like Scarlett Johansson who also want the same guy as these uggos right here. You see how the problem starts in the first place? And if you want to know the cause of the problem, it's dating apps. Them's the problem. The dating apps. and how it exploits female nature. Really is that simple. And gee whiz, I wonder who developed the dating apps. Alrighty. I think I yapped long enough about this. I think this was absolutely something that has been needed to be said on this, at least on this channel, for a while. But there's so many reasons as to why dating in particular is a humiliation ritual. No, yeah, I agree. I kind of agree with you, Alexis, but it's kind of the first thing that popped in my head, who wasn't Sydney Sweeney, that people found conventionally attractive. Anyways. But no, it seems like no matter where you go, secular or not, there's always going to be some feminist who's going to put you through some bullshit that does not need to happen. That's the humiliation ritual. And now that these feminists are trying to be covert about their infiltration in the Orthodox Church, they think they get to lead us around the same fucking way they have with a bunch of other secular simps. But as it turns out, that's not how things work. But ultimately, this is going to be my final point regarding this. For now, I'm sure there will be plenty more dating episodes coming up. But do not subject yourselves to humiliation rituals. I remember hearing this in a video a while back, but don't subject yourself to that shit. The goal right now, despite the bullshit we're living through, the goal right now is to try to have as few humiliation rituals in your life as you can. So even if it's the case where you're working, if you're working like a bullshit minimum wage job, but you're not really participating in any other humiliation ritual, that's understandable. That's very much understandable. But still, in the future, try to find some work where it's not humiliating. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to take the job search a bit more seriously. Same with networking, too. Anyways, before I head out here, I gotta see how many of y'all are watching on Twitch. Let's see. I see there's somebody else in here. So now, let me see. Let me see who else is streaming on Twitch, and I'll raid out. Who could actually really use it? Oh, Crumble! We're gonna raid Crumble, guys! We're gonna raid Crumble! Raid Crumble VT. Alright! We're gonna raid out to Crumble! We're gonna raid out to Crumble, everyone! Who's ready? We're gonna raid out to Crumble right now. Alrighty. And let's see, who's on kick? Who's on kick? We raided out. I know, it's just me. Okay, it's just... no one's on kick right now. Anyways, you guys have fun at Crumble stream now.
How's it going? How's it going?
Sorry. Had to play the audio a little bit. Thank you for the shout out, Crumble. But go and watch Crumble VT on Twitch. Crumble VT, great guy. Anyways, catch you guys later.